Okay, let's begin. Are we streaming now? Good morning. I hope everyone is well rested after day one. Thinking about all those disruptive technologies disrupting your sleep, maybe. But we have a big day ahead of us today. Two topics on our agenda. One is the strategy consultation for 2024 to 2027. And then the great preponderance of the time today will be spent on sustainability assurance. So a lot of important decisions to be made, and we're going to go straight to the strategy. Normally, at that point, I'd turn it over to task force chair, but then I looked and reminded myself that I'm sort of the task force chair as it gets to this. So I have a cup of coffee and I'm ready to go and on the spot. So, well, just to remind you of where we are in this process, it feels like we're in a never-ending loop of strategy and work plan consultations. And that's partly because we had a work plan consultation recently just conclude because we had a 2-year cycle for work plans. We're now going to just do work plan consultations along the whole strategy period, which is 4 years. Another point about the strategy period is that we're now going to be aligned with IAASB from a strategy period standpoint. So we'll have the same strategy period so we could align across our programs and see where we could have, I think the terminology is joined up thinking, which is very much consistent with the monitoring group reforms and our strategic direction as well. And so after this, in fact, we are scheduled to have a joint planning committee meetings. They have a planning committee meetings to see where things fit together and where there's opportunities for further collaboration and cooperation from a strategic standpoint. The goal again is to get enough input that we feel comfortable about approving a consultation document at our December meeting. And so this is now a reflection of many months to get to this point. We had a workshop with our planning committee and senior staff, and then a follow-up meeting after our last board meeting. At the last board meeting, we had a few roundtables with the whole board to ensure that we had input from everyone. We recently met with a CAG. In July, I met with a PIOB. We had a very preliminary discussion of some of the drivers here. And I plan to speak to the PIOB on this topic in a few weeks' time. A reminder of where we are from a strategy perspective as well. Our current strategy really was about putting the public interest at the front and center of all our work to make sure that audit quality was high and that the public interest was being served appropriately. We were going to do that through 3 strategic objectives, and I'm not going to recite them word for word, but I put them in colloquial terms. One was to finish the work that we had begun on audit quality so we could turn the work plan over to pressing public interest issues, such as going concern and fraud. Secondly, was to begin innovating our ways of working so we could produce standards in a timely fashion. And third was about intensifying stakeholder engagement. And I think we've had reasonable success on all fronts in the previous year. The question is do we want a strategy of continued evolution from that or radical transformation from that? And in the way we thought about this document that you have before you, and we started with a clean sheet. It was almost like you think about zero-based budgeting. We weren't tied to it, but where we get to is really almost an acceleration of that strategy and the next stage of doing what we were doing previously, but also fit for the emerging times. So that is, it's more of an evolutionary and accelerated strategy than a radical change of path for the next 4 years that we're proposing. So if you flip the slide, Billy, we did speak to Could you use, there you go. We did speak to the CAG last week, and I'll call on Jim in a second, but my takeaways from this was there was support for the general direction of where we were going, including sort of how we were seeing our allocation of resources. They emphasize the need to be agile and responsive to changing events, but never sacrificing quality in the process. When we talk about one of our strategic objectives, and particularly in the context of the monitoring group reforms, some of the issues we talked about yesterday in terms of making sure that we have the right staff resources to affect the model change. They highlighted that. And then I think this is a good prompt and actually very relevant to our next topic of sustainability. We're going to bring in a whole new range of stakeholders who have an interest in our work, and we need to figure out a way to engage them, not just in the work itself, but the strategy efforts too. Jim, if I pause there to have you share your perspective from CAG.
Thanks, thanks, Tom. And I think the CAG was supportive, and you fairly well outlined our discussion. There was I thought, an interesting discussion on the resources and matching the resources. And I think as we move into sustainability and some of the areas that are perhaps a little bit different than what we've traditionally done, I think that will even be more important. So that was a message from the CAG. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. So if we flip the slide, Billy, please, or Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. So a reminder of the structure that we've adopted in our strategy. The goal is what we aspire to achieve and be recognized as in terms of this organization. It's meant to be aspirational. Then we have strategic drivers that are the external and internal factors, both opportunities and risks that will impact our ability to achieve our goal. Our strategic objectives are outcomes that we're trying to achieve to advance us towards our goals. And the strategic actions are those steps tied to our strategic objectives that will help us achieve those outcomes. So that is the structure we adopted, for better or for worse, last time. There are probably many other structures, but I think it's worked reasonably well. And so I hope we don't get too focused on semantics about structures, but that's where we've been. And so we've been working with, again, we started with this brainstorming session and we had Post-it notes, and we post them on the board, and we try to come up collectively with what we thought would be a good outcome for the next 4 years. And you'll see it on this slide. To develop the globally accepted and leading audit assurance and related services standards that enhance trust in markets and evolve in a timely manner to meet rapidly changing public interest demands. We changed the word. I think we had the word changing from an evolving in the final part of the sentence. You don't want to use evolve twice, but this was meant to be one that we want our standards to be recognized and respected. It's no one's forced to use our standards, but by the quality of our work, they should be globally accepted. We believe in the value of a single set of high quality global standards, that they're leading, which I think I see Warren on the screen right in front of me, the idea of leading in terms of thought leadership, that we're pushing boundaries, we're excelling in that regard, that we remind ourselves that we don't just write audit standards, we write standards for audit assurance and related services, and that the whole purpose about this is to enhance trust and make sure that all the rapidly changing market objectives are being met. And so that really was what we tried to affect from our goal perspective. And we wanted to say it as succinctly as possible, which I think we do a little bit better job now than we did in our last goal. but this was something that we felt was dealing with both the demands to be accepted, to maintain our leadership position, and being relevant in the process. Willy, or Jasper, right? To you.
Yes, Michelle, can you move to the next slide? Yes, I will say something more about the strategic drivers. That was presented to the board as well in June. Or not to the board, but in the lunch sessions that we had in June, we discussed these strategic drivers. There was generally a lot of support for these drivers. So the things that are on this slide, all these drivers shouldn't come as a surprise to you. In the comments that we received, we made several changes. There's more wording related changes. So for example, we refer now to sustainability reporting, used to be sustainability/ESG reporting. Another thing that we changed, for example, I'm just picking a few up here, is on the confronting headwinds to global adoption. There, the third bullet, we focus now on jurisdictions developing their own audit and assurance standards, and it used to be developing their own solutions. So these are more kind of the wording changes. You also still see the 3 themes that we had as well in June when we discussed this during the lunch sessions. We did add on the increased and more diverse demand. We did add an extra strategic driver there. That's the last one on this slide in the blue box. It's supporting the implementation of our standards. So we thought it was important to highlight, given the diverse views we have on how much implementation support we should provide. So that's why we've added that one. If you look at more holistically at the consultation paper, the draft consultation paper, what we've done, there we've added an introduction that is basically explaining how the strategic drivers work with our goal, how the interactions are. That's similar to what Tom just explained, and we thought it was useful for our stakeholders as well to get that context on how we think about these terminologies. The other thing that we did is that we added a description of each strategic driver. So in the draft consultation paper, you'll see that we added a bit more flavor and to make it easier for our users to understand what we mean with these strategic drivers. Then the other thing before we go to the questions that I wanted to highlight is that if you look at the consultation paper, between our goal and the strategic drivers, we also added a section on our proposed keys to success and stakeholders' value proposition. This is similar to the section that we had in our current strategy document. We thought it's still useful, so we updated that one for our current thinking on these matters. I think with that, Michelle, can we go to the next slide with the question? And that's really to obtain the board's views on the goal, the keys to success and stakeholder value proposition, the strategic drivers, and then the related questions that we are having as well, question 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you, Jesper. So we're looking for a response on number 1 here, on the goal, keys to success, and stakeholder value proposition, strategic drivers. Anyone want to begin? Sue?
Okay, happy to kick off. The goal's much better without 2 evolves, so happy with all of that. The strategic drivers and everything like that, I think I'm fine with. Tom and Willy, I've sent you a few comments. They're not significant, but I think there's some things around tone that we could be a little bit more direct in some of the language, be a bit prouder sometimes of what we do and the power that we have. You asked a question about the implementation support. Jasper, I would support that as part of our role. I think it's critical that standards are not just technically correct, but capable of being used effectively. Under the piece around how we work, I would like to see more about how we evolve, how we work as a board to reflect our own responsibility for sustainability, not just sustainability reporting. I know I've raised that before. And the only other comment I've got is on the questions you asked, Tom. The questions are phrased as closed questions. And I just wonder whether we might elicit a little bit more feedback if we either look at them being more open, or we emphasize more the fact that if people don't agree, we want to know why and what they would suggest as an alternative. Thanks.
Thank you. Kai?
Good morning, everyone. And Tom, thanks very much for the presentation. And Jasper too. I'm very comfortable with the goal, with the keys to success, the stakeholder value proposition, and the strategic driver. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kai. Eric?
Thank you. And I found the document a very easy read. It was well laid out, and I agree with the goal and the keys to success and the stakeholder value proposition and the drivers. I did have a few comments around the bullets that supported these strategic drivers. I think I can send these comments offline, but there's a few of them where it wasn't entirely clear how the bullets related to the drivers. For example, we talk about some of the confronting the headwinds, and there's a few of the points where it wasn't really clear what the headwind was that we were confronting. It was just really more, to clarify what that is. I had the same comment as Sue around the questions. I did worry about wonder about the one where we, in question 4, we're saying, do you agree with our proposed approach to focus on the completion of the standard setting projects underway? Like, what happens if somebody says no? I think you should, like, what are we going to do? So I just wasn't sure whether it was really worth asking that question. We could maybe put it in another way. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Bill?
Just back to the point that was raised on implementation. We had a discussion yesterday on to what degree should this board move into implementation. Did we reach a conclusion on that?
Yesterday, I thought we said we have to be cognizant of the constraints, that there's still significant support for first-time implementation support, and in needed basis such as what we did with COVID or specific technological issues. I don't think anyone was suggesting we should back out. I think what we were having a discussion yesterday is that just the realities of resource constrained environment, and how that we have to be very deliberate about choosing when we go do implementation support. So it wasn't a firm conclusion. It just was more of a conclusion of be very conscious and cognizant of the time it takes and the amount of resources, but don't give up first time implementation support. That's how I read it.
You know, that's a good summary. I'm just trying to clear in my head when I read this plan is that whether stakeholders will understand that.
That may be we'll take another look to make sure that we're very clear on how we're thinking of that. Shall we?
Good morning, everyone. And thanks, Tom. Thanks, Jesper and Willie. I think the paper is really well put together. I'm not just saying that because, Tom, you are the chair of the working group. And
it's Jesper who probably did most of the writing. So.
And Jesper, your name was mentioned a few times yesterday. You might want to look at the recording to see why it was mentioned. So I only have a few more minor comments, and it's really just to make sure that when our stakeholders read this paper, it is even easier for them, just in terms of linking it to what we have right now, for example. So, for instance, our proposed goal, I was just, some of them may be just wondering how our goal has evolved from the current version into this. And Tom, I think when you were explaining, you were saying why we dropped certain things, why we added certain things, like timely, we added it in, and just wondering whether it will be just helpful over here to explain why timeliness is so important, and which is why we added into the goal. So something like that for us to consider. On the drivers, I again don't have an issue with that. Just the first one, increase and more diverse demand for our standard. And we started off with heightened supervisory requests. And I agree that it's definitely an important driver. And we'll assume that the sequence does not suggest the degree of importance. I wonder if placing this first will send maybe a wrong message. On the one hand, there have been calls for more specificity in our requirements, including from the supervisory community, to drive consistency in understanding, application of the standard, and enhance enforceability. At the same time, as we are very clear, on the other hand, we have been very careful about keeping our standards principles based and promote the use of professional judgment, avoiding a checkbox approach. So it's a very balanced and sometimes challenging balance that we often try to strike here. And just wondering whether it would be better to just put this later on in the list to avoid being seen as putting this as a top priority over all other equally important consideration. I also noticing that the next few factors are less specific stakeholder group driven. So again, it's just a suggestion, nothing fatal. The last point on here, and I think this is a little bit to Bill's comment earlier, where we talk about supporting implementation of our standard. In the middle, we say, however, there are diverse views. And it sounds a little bit to me that we are trying to speak in code. And I think that your response to Bill earlier was very clear and really helpful to understand what we really mean by the different priorities and resource constraint, etc. And just wondering whether we could maybe put some of those in, because I'm not sure whether there are really a lot of diverse views. From our external stakeholders' perspective, I think what we produce in terms of non-authoritative guidance is almost universally welcome, I believe. So just jumping on to the strategic objective, again, I'm very happy with the 4.
We're gonna get to the strategic objectives
okay.
shortly.
Sorry, thanks.
Okay, so the little bit of the theme here, I think a couple of you said it, is about sometimes being a little bit more direct with some of our language, so not being so careful, diplomatic, let's so to say. So we'll look through that throughout the draft. Diane.
Thanks, Tom, and everybody for pulling this together. I think it was well done, and I am quite happy with the goal that you've got here. I think one thing that'll be a theme that I felt when I looked at it was what struck me, and I don't mean this critically, I just ask you to think about it, is what do we want to say about audit quality? And I did feel that at times we were very focused, appropriately so, on public interest and demand. But I also think the foundation of what I hope we continue to focus on is driving audit quality. And I did feel that the word quality probably was missing in a few places. I think if I reflect upon our conversation yesterday, companies are getting increasingly complex. The role of data, there can be very difficult audits out there. And I think to drive confidence in the market, and again, it comes up with how we're defining market, I do think we don't want to lose sight of big complex audits and how we help to drive audit quality in that area. Again, I just don't want to lose sight of that. And I did feel a little bit that I wasn't seeing that still be a focus. Maybe it isn't focus. So I'm just raising it as something to think about and interested in other folks' views. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Warren.
Thanks, Tom, and hello, everybody. I'd actually like to iterate Diane's point. I also think that the concept of audit quality should be coming through more prominently in the document, perhaps even a little bit broader, and talk more generally about assurance quality, given the fact that we're now sort of moving into the broader sustainability integrated reporting space. Thinking about the goal, I generally support the goal. I think it's nicely written, it's clear, but I wonder if it's ever achievable, given that the public interest demands are sort of just infinite. I wonder if there's, I mean, I take the preceding discussion about being too diplomatic, but I wonder if some type of qualifier is needed there, reasonable public interest demands, legitimate public interest demands. You know, the shopping list of requests, desires, hopes, and dreams could be a very long one. And I don't know if we'll ever be able to meet all of those public interest demands. And then just again, linking to the idea of sort of quality, and in my mind, quality goes hand in hand with this idea of substance over form, is just retaining the focus on sort of core principles, standards that are capable of practical implementation and which can be read and applied by ordinary auditors and other assurance providers. And I sort of just get a sense of a possibility of wanting to sort of react to every issue that comes up, try to respond to every particular problem, every regulatory request, ever increasing requirements for specificity, what the implications of that might be for a more pragmatic, principles-based sort of standard language, standard setting environment that I've always understood sort of contextualize our documents. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And I'm not going to pile on tremendously. I recognize a lot of time has been spent on this, and I appreciate it and the process that you went through. I'm just going to echo the comments about I expected in the goal to see the word quality. So I think that was kind of, I kept reading it and I was trying to figure out why it was left out. And I thought that was just an important place to start. And the other part of the goal that I toyed with a little bit is the word develop. And I don't think it's a wrong word, but it felt that it was too in the beginning stages, meaning we have developed, and maybe it is to remain the premier standard setter. Something just struck me wrong about the word develop. And I'm not, you know, it's just the stand back from it between that and missing quality. I wasn't sure if it was exactly taking credit for what we have done in the past. And also, you know, when even in comparing it to the prior goal. And then the other point that I'm not sure that I was fulfilled on is with respect to staffing and the ability to pivot. And what I mean by staffing, I mean human resources and capital. And, you know, we are very aspirational, but we all, in every aspect here in this room, have had a very difficult time recruiting the right people. It's a different world, and I'm not sure that we've pivoted enough, or we're allowing ourselves to be agile enough as we move forward, because there is no, somebody said it yesterday, I mean, we're never going back to normal. This is the normal. And I was concerned whether or not we had allowed room for that. Thank you.
On this issue of quality, which we certainly will take this back, to me, it was implicit in the way we achieve trust in markets. That at least was the thinking, but we'll think about how to make it more explicit. Josephine.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for taking on board a lot of our comments from our breakout groups. I can see those coming through, so really appreciate that. I'm fully supportive of what's being presented here. I was going to mention the quality point. Thank you, Diane and Warren. And so that's something you'll deal with. And the other point that I hadn't thought about, what Warren has raised, and the infinite public interest demands. I read that slightly differently as demands that are in the public interest, and therefore we have our framework that we follow to go through that process. So maybe something can be done to fix that idea for Warren, because yeah, I can see that would be a bit of a task for us. And the only other comment I had, because it's all positive, is that we do still have this issue with what we've now termed complexibility. And so it is still very much front of mind. I'm not suggesting that we make a big deal of it here. It is something that we're aware of, but it's something we've actually been addressing through our CUSP guidance, etc. So just maybe a thought of if we actually need to put something in here about the fact that we're still getting responses that raise issue of complexibility. Thank you.
Well, the first thing we will do is CUSP principles basically mean that we will not ever use the term complexibility in any IAASB document. I'm not sure, since we have a British member of the board, I'm not sure that's making the next Oxford dictionary. Please don't. So thank you for all of that. Let me see if I get some of the things. So really good that, and it's not surprising, we've engaged all of you in the process, that there's support for the general direction of the goal and the strategic drivers, the value proposition. There is this desire to be a little bit more direct in language, back to the point we made, more explicit about, which it clearly is the intent, that quality is the way we achieve trust in markets. I think it's a twofold quality. I think it's the quality of the standards that lead to quality engagements as a result, which then generates trust in the market. So we'll have to figure out how to make those linkages more clearly. In terms of our consultation, we should look at the questions to be more engaging. I wish to say that we're not going to say, if you don't agree with us, we're not going to listen. So that, but if no is the answer, no, we want to understand why no is your answer, or what the nuances are there. I think we mentioned that within the strategic driver section to link the bullet points a little bit better to the higher level themes. Some context on the evolution of our goal and how that has emerged, and look at the tone throughout too. I'm always conscious that one of the things from a tone perspective I want to accomplish in our documents is a sense of humility. So I'm always wary of taking too much credit for what's been done. But that being said, we should be definitive when facts present itself, because what we're proud of, people may have a different point of view. So conscious of that, but I take that point. Jesper and Vili, any other observations based upon what we heard?
Yeah, maybe Tom, just in terms of the strategic drivers, I think, remember with the drivers, the way that we set it out was really how we see the challenges and opportunities in the market. That was not already solving them. So based on those drivers, we make the deliberate choices we make that's reflected in the objectives. So I would like to keep the drivers at the level of, we know these challenges are out there. We won't be able to address all of them, but the deliberate choices we make for this strategy period is what's reflected in the objectives.
Jesper, anything? Or should we move? Are we ready to move on to the strategic objective? Any comments? You feel like we got the thrust of comments? Okay, that was really helpful to us. The thing about strategy documents, as I've learned in my previous life, is they go through 8,000 iterations before they're finalized, and there's certainly no pride in authorship in any of it. Jesper.
Yeah, and then we go to the strategic objectives. So Michelle, can you go to the next slide? And as Willy just mentioned, these are just really the areas where we try to focus on, and these are the strategic objectives. We are fairly similar to what we discussed during these lunch sessions as well in June. At that time, there was a lot of support for these strategic objectives. So we continue to go with them and started to enhance them further based on the suggestions that we received. So on the first strategic objective, we really updated that one to focus on the enhancement of performance of audit engagements, because that's really the ultimate goal that we're trying to get to, is to enhance the performance of the audit engagements, and not what we had before, just strengthening our auditing standards in areas where there is the greatest public interest demand. So we clarified that in the first strategic objective. Then on the fourth strategic objective, what we did there was first a lot of focus on the staffing. So we took that emphasis a little bit away from it, and really what we did is to make it more to the point, this point, and we still think that the staffing is addressed through the reference in the monitoring group reforms. And because like first it's we had there as well to attract and retain top diverse talent at the board and staff levels. So that's been taken out. Otherwise, they're fairly pretty much the same as that we discussed with you in June. Then in the consultation paper, if you see what we've added there as well, the changes are fairly similar to what we did with strategic drivers. So we've added a general introduction that explains how the objectives work with our goal and our strategic actions. And we also added a description of these objectives to give more flavor and to explain to users our thinking of what are the areas that we're focusing on. Then for each of these strategic objectives, we develop strategic actions, and these are completely new. You haven't seen those before, and it's really, as what Tom just explained, is really specific matters that help us achieve our strategic objectives. So this, we think, if we get to these strategic actions, then we're addressing our strategic objectives. So I see it really as a link between the objectives on one hand, and on the other side, then the work plan. And I think with that, we can go to the next question for the board. We ask for your views on the objectives and the strategic actions.
So one other bit of context to this section is there are things that we do that are naturally not on this list. Things that are part of our everyday business here. So you note that we focus on the third strategic objective about coordination with leading standard setters and regulators. That doesn't mean that we're not going to coordinate with all the other stakeholders in this process. I think that is part of our ethos now. What this is about is that in the coming few years, that integrated closely with national standard setters, assured standard setters, and the regulatory community is more important than ever because of the nature of our activities going on. And it's to avoid the risk that we're not preparing a cohesive set of actions that will strengthen the whole ecosystem. We will still do all the interactions with a broader stakeholder community. But I just want to make the case, like, it's really sort of the differentiating objectives that are not part of our normal course of business necessarily. Okay, we're ready for comment on point 2 up on the screen right now. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I'm very happy with the strategic objectives and the strategic actions. Thanks.
Shall we?
Sorry, my laptop crashed, so let me come back.
It's working like you're the alarm. Eric.
Very comfortable overall with the strategic objectives and the strategic actions. I like the approach and the way you've laid that out. My only comment or concern is really strategic objective number 1 in a couple of areas. It could be misinterpreted that's sort of talking about strengthening our auditing standards implies that we are constantly making them harder and harder and harder to do an audit, which I think is not our intent. I think it's more to make sure that they're keeping up to date with current environment. So I just wondered whether strengthening is the right word there. And then it talks about the greatest public interest demand. That could be interpreted as being, well, whoever speaks the loudest is going to get the action. And so I think it's it's really, and certainly public interest demands there will be conflicting public interest demands. So it's not, I think it's more kind of a balancing of the public interest demands that we are trying to, an appropriate balancing of the different public interest demands. So I just suggesting that you give some thought to consideration to those points on objective 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Chun-Wei?
Thank you. Firstly, on Eric's point, I did not read it that way, but I can see how some might, so it'll be worth having a look. So just to support what he has said. And again, just minor point on the strategic objective, I'm happy with all 4 of them. But someone who has not, I guess, seen this recording, have not heard you, they will not understand how we've evolved from stakeholders to that more specific group. And given that this is targeted at stakeholders, they may be thinking, oh, are we no longer important? So just wondering if we can under that action bit, just explain a little bit how we've evolved that thinking. Another very minor point, the last one on the way of working and the talent bit. The last bullet point talks about using technology to enhance our processes and accessibility of our standards. So the process, absolutely, but I'm just not quite sure how the last bit on accessibility of our standard, how is it linked to talent and way of working? Maybe I'm just a little bit confused about that little point. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Diane?
I'm going to make a comment on something I usually don't, which is wordsmithing, but it's a word that it struck me a bit. It's in
Can
the
we
first.
shut the mic off?
I would like to continue.
Wait till you see where your seat is next
Yes,
time.
I gave you a preface by saying I normally do not get picky about words, but this word I am picky about. And it is in the first objective, we say enhance the performance of audit engagements. There must be, I suggest perhaps there is a better word than performance. Performance to me sounds a little passive, a little non-exciting. I mean, what we're talking about is enhancing the execution, enhancing the quality, enhancing, I think just, again, I try not to pick on words, but the word performance struck me as a little less exciting than maybe it warrants. Thank you.
Okay, you get relief for that. That doesn't feel like wordsmithing for me. I'll only put one more pillar underneath your chair next time. So actually that may be a really good spot to highlight the concept of quality in our document. I think that's a really astute point there. So quite the contrary, it was maybe good wordsmithing there. We'll take in all those other comments. I didn't see anything. Is any other comments up? So we'll think about the concept of strengthening. Eric will provide some context around proposed strategic objective. I just would want to say, Chun-Wei, everyone listens to this board meeting. I think we have about 700 million followers on YouTube at this point. So I think we're okay, but we'll add some context there, and we'll be more specific about some of the technology point. I think we're fine to move forward, Billy, right? You're taking on the work plan?
So Michelle, you can move to the next slide. Thank you. So in the consultation paper, we only have this one slide, but I'll talk you through section 3 of the consultation paper that deals with our proposed work plan for 2024 to 2027. And there are a few key points that I would like to emphasize in this section in terms of both the outcomes we got to as well as the rationale that informed that. So the first one I want to emphasize is you will see on page 15 of the proposed consultation paper, the heading of balance between audits and reviews and sustainability and other engagements. So we did feel that going into this work plan period, that it is important to highlight this dual focus that we will have going forward. We try to make it very clear that the audit of financial statements will remain a key priority for us, because we continue to believe that that is the core of the external reporting ecosystem. But that alongside that, with all the developments we've seen in the non-financial information space, and specifically sustainability, is that that will also be a priority for us. And then we try to carry that theme through in terms of how we present our work that's underway at the start of this work plan period, as well as any new project work that we will be taking on. So that was an important aspect that we wanted to highlight to our stakeholders. I think Tom alluded previously to the fact that what we see in this work plan section was obviously informed by the survey consultation that we did last year. And we think it was that survey consultation took place recent enough, so it is appropriate for us to draw on the input that we got from that survey consultation. Also, just a reminder that we got 100 responses to that survey consultation, which is more or less double what we normally got in the past on strategy and work plan consultations. We've also set out in Appendix 1 the other activities that inform the development of the strategy and the work plan. And obviously, this consultation will be a very important input to us, and therefore also serves a point in terms of this is what we heard from the previous work plan consultation. This is how we've now operationalized it, and our stakeholders can actually come back and confirm that to us, or obviously suggest changes. So moving on from that, we've got the main section on progressing and completing the projects underway at the start of 2024. These are set out in Table A on page 16. And this should be no surprise to you. These are the projects that will complete in the work plan period that we are already busy with. And you will see that we've split it between audits and reviews. And then obviously our focus on the work of sustainability and other assurance engagements. Then we've also just drawn attention to the fact that there's other initiatives and ongoing activities that also consume staff resources, board time, plenary time, etc. And we just set them out there, the 3 consultation groups that we have, and then the implementation support and non-authoritative guidance. And I think based on the comments we heard in the previous round, that those might be areas where we might be a little bit direct in order to also signal the priority that we give to those. Then we have a section on our next projects for the work plan period. Now, there are a number of aspects that are explained in this section. The first item that's explained at the bottom of page 17 is that obviously any decisions we take in terms of what the new projects are that will come onto our work plan will be driven by our framework for activities and the criteria that we've set out in the framework for activities. On the next page, we try to give a little bit of a flavor for how that any topic that is a potential standard setting project has to go through an information gathering and research phase within our framework for activity, so we can develop a well-informed, evidence-based project proposal. But we have tried to give a flavor there that how that goes through the process of information gathering and research will also be different depending on the topic, depending on whether we're going to do things like a discussion paper or consultation paper, etc. Then towards the bottom end there, we've tried to give an indication of what would be the sequencing in terms of commencing new projects as the projects that will already be underway at the start of 2024. As those projects come to an end, what will be the pickup in terms of new projects? So it is set out there in the text box at the bottom of page 18. And basically what that reflects, and it is explained in the paragraph that precedes that, this very much reflects the initial expectations in terms of the impact of the monitoring group reforms, the possible staffing model under the new monitoring group reforms, and the interaction of the new board under the monitoring group reforms. So based on that, we have determined that it is possible to run 5 to 7 depending obviously on the size and the mix of those projects, but maybe 5 to 7 projects can be run at parallel at any particular point in time. So what you see there in terms of 1 new project in 2024, 2 to 3 projects in 2025, etc., is when you map that out on a piece of paper, you will see that means that in every one of the years in the work plan period, we will have 6 projects running at any particular point in time. Then on the next page, we just drew attention to the post-implementation review projects. Obviously, post-implementation reviews can be very, very beneficial in terms of providing us with input, in terms of reflecting on whether standards that we've previously revised or developed have actually achieved their objectives and whether there may be remaining challenges. But it is also true that post-implementation review is a significant commitment. It is something that will have to compete with other topics to decide if the project comes onto the work plan. There are other ways that we are also informed about what's going on. We're not, although it can be very helpful and very beneficial, we're not completely just reliant on post-implementation reviews. I mean, we continue to monitor and scan the environment on the topics that's in category A. We do continue with our outreach program. We've got our structured outreach that we do with the NSS and with CAG. And believe it or not, stakeholders will just directly tell us when there are things that are wrong. So that happens quite often as well. But we did flag there that looking at this work plan period, there's probably 3 candidates for post-implementation reviews. But like I said, that will have to compete with the other topics that may come up and demand a place on the work plan. Then in terms of the possible new topics, this should not be unfamiliar to you. Like we said, this is very much informed by what we recently heard from our stakeholders. This will be the stakeholders' opportunity to reconfirm that or otherwise. But really, the topics that are set out in Table B, that's on page 20 and 21, are the topics that are floating at the top of category A. They're floating at the top of the pool of the topics in category A, ready to move to category B. That means ready to start with more focused information gathering and research, understanding the issues, the root causes of the issues, and then it will logically flow through to detailed analysis, recommendations, project proposal, if it goes to that point. What we've tried to do is obviously just give an indication by using an asterisk in the Table B of the priority of these topics as it was evident from the previous work plan consultation. And again, our stakeholders can confirm that or provide us with different information. And we've also flagged the other topics that were highlighted to us. And again, you will see the split between audits and reviews and sustainability and other assurance engagements. So what we have in there on sustainability and other assurance engagements is basically what we've reflected in our issues paper so far, that we see that we do have to follow a phased approach. So there will be an original overarching standard, but there will be a need probably for further standards within a bigger suite of standards that deals with individual elements of the assurance engagement or individual elements of the subject matter information. Jim, you can maybe just correct me if I'm wrong, but we did have the comment at the CAG from one of the CAG representatives that said that maybe we should ask a question about what might those topics be for the sustainability instead of just putting it very general there. And then finally, we've got the coordination with other standard setting boards that we've highlighted in terms of obviously our sister board, the ethics board, and then other global standard setting boards. And then lastly, the piece on allocation of resources, we will still need to update. This is just a copy out of the one we have at the moment, but based on the feedback we received today, we will make sure that that section is updated for the draft consultation paper that will be up for approval. So that's it, Tom. I've run out of pages, so we can go to the board.
Okay. We'll welcome comments on the work plan and remaining sections of the paper. Bill.
Thanks, Tom. Look, I realise I'm in the minority, but I feel obliged to say this based on my interactions with my network. But we talk about timeliness, and you mentioned, Tom, that this is a strategy which is, you emphasise acceleration. I can't see that when we take 3 years to complete projects, and there are projects here that won't be started for another 2 years. I can't see timeliness there. And if we talk about audit quality, which a number have done, will be impacting audit quality in 4 or 5 years' time, not audit quality now or in the nearer future. So I just find that the tone that comes through a document like this does not support the words we use at the front of our document.
Anyone else want to come in on that specific point? I think so let us look at the wording and the tone. I really do think, if you think about maybe we should be measuring this more accurately and closely and have this as a key KPI for us. We have been moving faster from a standard setting perspective over the last 3 to 5 years. So maybe the tone we're conveying actually isn't consistent with our actions. But I just feel like we'll take a look at how we've articulated it. But I would welcome if anyone by actual hands on this point, if people want to come in. Okay. Michael.
Yes, I'll come in on that point. I do think that it's important, and you've got lots of high priority issues to be dealt with. But if we look at something like the sustainability standard, the umbrella standard that we're working on already, and have placed as a very high priority, and even that still takes 3 years to complete. Is that good enough, and is that really responding to the needs of stakeholders, or will other standard setters and regulators pass it by and create their own standards and requirements for assurance on that? So really, I think looking at the priorities of things, it's important. But I don't get a sense from the work plan overall, what projects you actually think you're going to be able to tackle during that strategy and work plan period. You've listed priorities, and we've talked about the need for post-implementation reviews. But if I'm a stakeholder and looking at, well, what is it that you're actually thinking you're going to have the resources to do in the coming years? I'm not clear how many things on that list are going to actually make the cut, and when they're likely to get started and finished. So if you could be more definitive on that, I think that would be helpful to the stakeholders and provoking responses from them. But also, if there are ways to shorten the development cycle on some of these things, by all means.
Okay, but I take the general message, but we do have a due process of 100 that will probably, for sustainability, require 180 days. I also remind this board right now, when we go to the project proposal and people want to add stuff to that project, we very much done things in the mind of a constrained optimization exercise about what feasibly could be done in a very short period of time. And I guess Bill has raised this earlier in terms of behavioral aspects of how we operate at the board, and also we should lean our processes up. But this is the tension, I think, which was raised at the CAG meeting too, is the tension between timeliness and quality and due process. And so I think in terms of the most recent projects that we've got it done, or got into exposure draft, LCE and sustainability is on warp speed for standard setting to some extent. And my fear is more about ensuring that we engage all these new communities that we're supposed to engage in sustainability. And we've clearly set timelines on that very consciously with implementation dates in Europe and elsewhere in terms of achievement. So there is a balance to be had. I think we could think about it. We need to lean our processes a little bit more. We have to discipline ourselves, but we have to be conscious in terms of what we're completing. I think I'll read the draft again. I thought the draft is pretty explicit about what we're completing in the time period. Now, the question is what we additionally we could take on above and beyond, but fraud, going concern, have been things, particularly the PIOB and other regulators have said that we needed to get done quickly. Now we've added assurance and rapid time sustainability reporting in a pretty rapid time frame. So yeah, I'm very sensitive to these points. I think we could possibly do a better job articulating, but I do want to add that context. I saw Josephine had like a two-handed response too that you wanted to come in. I also welcome others on this point.
Well, yes, but you just basically took all the words out of my mouth. You responded. I agree. There is a tension between timeliness and quality and due process, but quality and due process must come first in that regard. I think 3 years for sustainability is absolutely magnificent. I do think it's warp speed. I think I'm looking at Sue. I think in the audit evidence project that came through very quickly there. That's really responding to our stakeholder needs, but it is exactly that point. We have to make sure we give our stakeholders sufficient time to respond to each part of our process. And that will take time, and we need to give them that time. So I wouldn't try and shorten any of these timelines at all. I think it will be at the expense of a quality published authoritative document that goes out the door at the end of the day. Certainly look at the words, but generally I think we've got it just right. And we, as I say, just want to reiterate, it is a quality and due process that's important here over timeliness. Thank you.
I see, Jim, you raised your card. I assume it's on this point. Well, okay. Could get me in trouble.
I was going to bring it up in connection with when Lynn brought up the sustainability, but it was a topic that was discussed within the CAG of timeliness versus getting a standard done versus what's in the standard. But this is a whole new area, and I think the number of groups that are going to be affected by this is going to require pretty substantial outreach. Lest you have someone say, well, you didn't consult with us or you didn't involve us in the process. And I think that was one of the points that was brought up at the CAG meeting. I was going to save it to our later discussion, but now that it's come up, it was a discussion point in the CAG.
Anyone else? This is an important, I don't want to cut short debate on this because this is an important sort of positioning to make sure that we're calibrated properly here. Like there's no one more sympathetic than moving faster than me. Sue?
I had a point on one of the specific projects, but it's probably one where it feels like it's going a bit more than warp factor, because when I looked at the detail of the track 2 pie material, that's talking about having gone through exposure draft and getting the feedback back from the exposure draft by the end of next year. And that actually struck me as quite aggressive timeline. And I mean, I think it's absolutely right that we constantly challenge ourselves as to speed and how we can get quality work as fast as possible. But when I looked at that and just started doing the count back, given that I don't think we've looked at anything at any kind of level, that particular one felt aggressive.
Oh, well, we may give you a role to make sure we hit that timeline. James?
This may be actually a good opportunity. Part of the consultation is, of course, not just trying to get a general sense of our direction, but insight into the choices and the views of stakeholders as we make decisions around speed. So there's a schedule that's not developed, but I think our timeliness depends on the nature and breadth of the issue and our scoping, therefore, of the projects. And I read ISA 330. Is that a complete revision? You know, there may be a number of points which we want to look at holistically, or is there something pressing? Is there an element of ISA 330 that requires attention? Same with sampling, analytical procedures, experts. Frankly, if I was a reader in general terms, I don't know what the issue is behind the element. So I think that elaboration is going to be helpful. Having said that, it's also fair to ask the questions around, are there other issues, and how do you see the speed affecting issues of relevance to you? So we know that there's many jurisdictions that say your speed is too fast. We don't want multiple iterative changes. Take it once, give us some stability, a platform. Others will say, no, target the major issues, progress it, advance it. So I actually think the missing piece might be an element of what we are seeing as the core issue to any of those revisions. And that will help. I mean, I'd be asking, are these the types of issues that are inherent within the topics we've identified? Should they be addressed timely, you know, in a specific way, or is there an opportunity to look at the standard more holistically? All of that, I think, is going to affect our decision on work program and timeliness, but we'll be responsive to that feedback. I think we're just missing that piece at this stage within one of the appendices that will come back in December.
You know, one of the things that this gives rise to is maybe the risk that we are sort of like a laundry list almost at the back, and that we give some context to our philosophy about timeliness, the balance we're trying to hit, and the timeliness, and the things that we're doing in the process to move more quickly, and then invite some conversation on it. Ada, you raised your card. Was it on this point, or was it more generally on this section? On this point, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Tom. And thanks for all the work done in this area. There's a couple of things that I agree with throughout the discussion, and I think that's been picked up, so I'm not going to reiterate those. But on the timeliness, it is a difficult balance, but I'm also not sure, and particularly this listing here on page, what is it, 70 to 21, these tables on page, 20, 21, other than the asterisks, I don't see any progression on it, and the development of thinking in how we can increase timeliness. And I think I said this last time when we had a similar listing in front of us when we have had a similar list in front of us, where I'm thinking, and James is right. Well, it's hard to figure out from this listing what are the issues that we're trying to address. And I think there's some commonality with some of these standards that are being listed here, such as technology being a driver for a request for some of these standards to be updated. So are we now, or would there be an option to put more emphasis on the omnibus project, and just also to allow for the necessity of those elements, because it's also worked into the strategic objectives or drivers, to bring that together, and how our thinking develops. So the asterisk doesn't do too much for me, and I think we can have a fresh look to this with all the text that has preceded here, and also reflect on timeliness, because there's an inherent dissatisfaction that we're talking about stuff that will only be implemented once you're off the board. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on this topic? Could I have physical hands here if it's on this topic? Okay. I think Eric, you've had your card up for some time.
Thanks. And I recognize the timeliness is a continuing issue, but I also hear we could be, or feel that we could be making more about the implementation aspects of it as well. We seem to focus only on getting standards out faster without perhaps putting enough down on an appropriate consideration of what the implementation challenges are going to be when we increase that speed. So I just think, for example, near the front where we talk about the diverse demands, and we talk about timeliness, we don't really also say we are trying to balance with the implementation challenges that the profession faces. And I think it also could feed into the resources section, which we haven't actually written yet, but it seems to me we need to, the board needs to have, board and staff resources need capacity to deal with unforeseen matters as they come up. And you know, that's another tension that we're trying to go as fast as possible, but we don't have a lot of extra capacity to when things blow up or vice versa. So that's all I was going to say on that particular point, Tom.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. So I was going to go back to the beginning from Bill's comment, and I think this is what we're still talking about, and I agree on a lot of what's been said. I think I heard you say that you're going to go back through the document and make sure that the need for speed from a perception perspective is threaded throughout the document. And not, I think the due process expectation is clear. I don't think anybody's looking for, we're going to skip due process and we're just going to rapidly put out standards. But I felt when Bill brought up the point, it was more about a perception of what are we doing differently? How are we going to do it? How are we going to address the need for speed? And of course, timeliness and relevancy. Because we keep talking about this word timeliness, and what does that mean? Timely for what? So I think if we just look, we will do that as well and see if we can make some suggestions on where the words might change a little bit to address the need for speed. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
I think there is a major mismatch between what stakeholders think is speed and what we think is speed. You know, 3 years for most people is a very long time. So I think if we are going to get more speedy standard setting, it's going to actually require transformation of staff, board, and due process. And that's bigger than this strategy and plan at present. So I just caution, make the words in the plan and strategy as strong as we can, but let's not overpromise in this area. Thank you.
Let me try to conclude this discussion. Anyone else on this point? No. So let me try to conclude this topic a little bit. I think Bill has put an excellent challenge to us that, and I think we alluded to it, is that we basically have presented this how we've always presented the work plan. And some of the nuances in terms of the balance and the agility transformation is not necessarily reflected. We probably just need to go back, take a look, make sure we get the tone, maybe think a little bit with a clean sheet of paper and make sure we articulate it right. But I think we also got the appropriate cautions and timeliness too. So I just think this has been really valuable food for thought. We have to December anyway to draft this. I don't think our thinking is entirely wrong, but it's probably as much in a sense of articulation on this balance that we're trying to achieve. James gave some thoughts, Lynn gave some thoughts, Eric had. So we'll take all of those into account, and we'll take a look at this section as it relates to this point. I think we should turn to other comments. There are a number of people who have had their tents up patiently through the process. I'll start with Sachiko, and I'll ask for other comments.
Thank you very much, Tom. And hello, everybody. This is my first time to speak today. Because of that, I just think to the group that overall, I think the draft is very good and easy to read. So I don't have any comment on the strategy part. And on this, part, I have two suggestions to make our message even more clear from my reading and discussion with my reference group. And some parts are a little bit similar to some comments we made, people made in our timeliness discussion. And first of all, I'm a bit concerned that current description may give a kind of expectation gap to the readers that we have kind of ability to do more than its actual capacity. So I just would like to explain 3 areas. And one is on the blue box on the page 18. I think we need to clarify that the expected commencements of a new project in the box are based on the assumption that the current project proceed as planned. There are some indirect message in the paper, but this is not very clear, I think. And the second about sustainability on page 21, I'd like to suggest to clarify that the sustainability assurance may be multiple projects. I understand it may, it says standard with plural, but I think it's very subtle. I think our future works for sustainability will necessitate significant amounts of work, particularly when we address reasonable assurance. So we may contemplate multiple projects on sustainability, but I think it's not clear right now. And the final suggestion is on the question 5.A on page 4. It asks respondent whether they support project as set out in table B, but I think it may give an impression that it is possible that we can undertake all or most of the project as set out in table B. So I would suggest asking about priority order, similar to the question included in our 2021 survey consultation. And second point is about technology. I think it's a bit similar to what Edu suggested. And when I really strongly support the emphasis on the strategic driver, but when it comes to the work plan, the acknowledged importance is a bit missing. And I think one of the reasons is that projects related to technology are not described in one place. And one idea I heard from my reference group is to categorize omnibus project as a regular possible new standard setting project rather than narrow scope maintenance, because it may depend on our consultation. So that's my suggestion from my discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sachika. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Regarding to question 3, I'm very happy with the section in the work plan on pages 15 to 17. And regarding to question 4, with respect to the work plan on the pages 17 to 21, I have noted the following. The work plan, in my sense, appropriately addresses some of the standard setting issues that have been raised by the stakeholders. However, there are advantages and disadvantages of undertaking some projects rather than others. So very similar to the discussion we have had about speed, it seems to me there needs to be some guidance to stakeholders as to what the trade-offs of undertaking particular projects rather than other projects might be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks. I thought it was excellent that we have the section in Table B on sustainability, because I think that demonstrates that we have been very responsive to the feedback that we had from the consultation. But I think possibly similar to others, that's sort of step 1. there is probably a need to be more granular about what we intend to do. We may not be able to do it at this point, but to recognise that piece may be multiple projects. And that then flows into the comment around prioritisation and how we portray the prioritisation, because obviously when we did do the original consultation, that wasn't on the list for people necessarily to comment on. I mean, Ada mentioned the asterisks and things like that. I think if we could look at a way of presentation that doesn't suggest, either that these are all done deals, or that in some way it's kind of, we take one project out of each of the buckets. We have a framework, and all of these things will be measured up against the criteria at the time. And the outcome may be that the bulk of the work is in the sustainability arena. And to me, at the moment, that doesn't come through, partly because we've only got a short section on sustainability, but because all the stars are on the areas that are relating to audit and financial statements. Thanks.
I think the ability to populate the sustainability area will partly be dictated by our next discussion, because we're going to have to make some choices about things that are left out effectively from phase one. I think Lynn will make this point, is that we're going to deal with an overarching standard, which will deal with all the necessary topics, but we're going to dig deeper on, say, 6 challenges. There are probably 10 challenges, as we remember from our EER guidance. We probably will have to dig deeper on the remaining ones next time, and they may naturally fall in as like the difference falls into that. And maybe one suggestion is put those topics explicitly in this document as well. Also take to note the nuances, the chi-rays that follow on from the last discussion as well. Eric?
Yeah, I had the same thoughts as Sue and Edo on the presentation of the standards projects. And I just had one other thing that was worrying me, was that in the minutes in June, when we're talking about sustainability, we talked about trying to maintain the section ISA 3000 as we go through our sustainability work. So I just wondered if we could build that, if we are building out the sustainability piece, whether we could reflect that as well, please.
Okay. Anyone else on this? Just looking at the table. No. Okay. Really good food for thought. This probably is the section of the paper we'll have the most work to do between now and the next iteration. Never fear. That's why we do these discussions. Billy, any other reactions?
No, Tom, nothing further. Thank you very much for the input.
I think that's the last set of questions. Okay, so before we close the session, clearly we're going to have some work to do, which is why we do these discussions. So it's been a great discussion. I think a lot of good insights have been raised for us to incorporate into the next round. I think we'll make a turn, and we're meeting with IAASB's planning committee as well between now and the next meeting. Our planning committee will also meet, and we will make probably a few turns between that and our December board meeting. I still feel like we're in pretty good position to approve a consultation document in December. Before we close, I wondered if, Michael, you have any other observations from a PIOB perspective?
So then I think the conversation today was very good. Glad to see the discussion that we had, especially around the topic of timeliness and the need to balance that with quality. Certainly, the PIOB is not at all saying that there should not be high quality standards and that due process should not be followed. That's part of our DNA to look at those sorts of things. But timeliness is key, and it's something that perhaps the board does need to take a fundamental look at the way things are done, and to try to find ways to improve timeliness. Put the technology project findings to use in your own operations, perhaps.
Thank you, Jim. Anything else from a CAG perspective? Okay, Jesper, Billy, anything you'd like to add? We have a little work ahead of us, but not overwhelmed by the amount of great input. So we're going to take a break right here. We will not reconvene until 11:30. I do that because from a due process perspective, a number of people may have scheduled their day to tune in just specifically for the sustainability portion of our meeting. So I didn't want to pull that forward. So you'll get an hour break right now. We'll reconvene at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. And we look forward to a really good conversation. I do point out, though, if we want to be timely, we're going to have to be disciplined in our project proposal. And also, this was not meant to be the type of project proposal that we were going to do on fraud and going concern. We knew that we didn't have a year of information gathering. We were benefiting from previous activities, but part of it is that there is a trade-off here of how detailed you want a project proposal. And we talked about that at our June meeting. And so we will just keep that in mind as we turn to the next topic. Okay, great discussion. We appreciate the input. We'll see you in an hour's time. This is the 2-minute warning. Okay, welcome back. Michelle, are we ready back streaming live? Okay, we're ready to begin our session on sustainability assurance, which will occupy us for the rest of the day. First of all, I wanted to welcome to the table Adriana, Claire, and Natalie. Thank you for all your hard work up to this point and throughout this whole project. And it's great to see you at the table, joining Lynn, of course. I also wanted to welcome, we have observers. I know one at least is on the call, but maybe two from the European Commission. Remember, the European Commission's an official observer of our board with full rights to the floor as well. So again, welcome our European Commission observers. And if they so wish to speak, they're joining us by Zoom. Just use the digital hand function. For the plenary session, we're asking you to comment on the draft project plan during this session. And after discussing the draft project plan, we'll also discuss some of the initial work having been undertaken by the working group to begin developing the draft of the new standards. Now, this is a little bit odd. It's not the first time we've done this. We're doing it concurrently. I think we've received a number of comments on the draft project plan already. The goal, you probably sound like a broken record, is to complete the project plan this week and approve it so we could get on with the real work of the standard. And I think we really do, talking about timeliness, need to focus on the drafting at this point and not focus too much on the planning anymore. But I think it's really important for us to have a pretty good idea of what we're focused on. It should be complete enough in the project plan and let us move forward. So we have a lot to talk about. I understand for the basis of approval that we will get a revised project proposal by 3 p.m. on Thursday, plus or minus a few minutes. But we always beg your forgiveness if we're a little bit late, if we have a number of comments coming through. So Lynn, the floor is yours. Thank you to you and your working group and the staff for the enormous, I think everyone could see the amount of effort that has gotten us to this point. And this truly is sort of almost warp speed standard setting. We're very conscious of the timelines that are out there in the marketplace.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everybody. I want to echo some of Tom's thank yous, in particular to Natalie, Claire, and Adriana, who have done, I think, a tremendous job And a particular welcome to Adriana. This is her first meeting in person with us, so it's lovely to have you with us for this session. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the working group, Diane, Wolf, Isabel and Warren. Warren, we see you up on screen, and excellent. And finally, I'd like to thank the board for the written comments that we've received. The ones on the project proposal, we will of course address this week, but there's a lot of detail that will be useful going forward, so we will use it then. I do want to finish the thank yous though by just acknowledging the tremendous hard work that has been done by everybody to get us here. And it's not only been hard work, it's been productive work, because as well as the papers you've got, there's more. You haven't quite got them yet, but there is more. So it's just been a pleasure to be a part of. We have done some things differently, and we will continue to do things differently. So expect the unexpected from this project. For example, you didn't get an issues paper. We put the issues at the top of each paper. If you like it, please compliment Warren. It was his idea. If you don't like it, blame me. Since, like in the last meeting, Claire and Natalie are going to do some sessions later in the day, so they will be presenting at that point in time. I will, however, do the question and comment sections. The working group will contribute as a part of this. We will not be a quiet working group. We will have input from the working group as they see fit. We're certainly well aware that there are a variety of opinions on the matters set out in these papers, and I do encourage you all to bring those up in open session, allow us to debate them, and allow us to consider them further. We welcome all of that input, because that input provides us with the ability to produce better quality papers than we've currently got. So it is appreciated. I'd just like to finish my introductory comments with where I talked yesterday is we are interested in the approach rather than the detail at this point in time. It's what we'll base the next lot of work on is what you tell us is the approach that works for you. So if we can concentrate on that, it would be helpful. Okay, our agenda for today is we're going to start with the title of the standard. We're then going to run through the sections of the project proposal. And we will pause at points in time through that to have questions. After we've done the overall structure, which is very much a work in progress, Natalie will take us through the defined terms, and then Claire will look at the ISAs and the approach to requirements. You'll notice that that section continues on Friday. We don't expect to get all the way through it. We may, but we don't expect to. So we will continue that discussion on Friday, as well as have the project proposal approval. So that's where we're heading for today. We'll take as much time or as little as we need on each section, because we do have plenty of time, and we can continue later in the week. We can also talk between if you need to. Nobody ever lets me have one of these, so remind me to move the slides if I forget. just taking us back to the June discussion, which was an excellent discussion, and reminding the board of the outcomes of that meeting. The first thing we decided was that we did need to do timely and responsive standard setting now. And you'll remember we talked about the fact that timeliness is a public interest issue. So that's why the outcome is led by timely. The second decision we made was to develop an overarching assurance standard on sustainability. Really important words there, overarching. So not absolutely everything about everything, an overarching standard and on a particular topic. And finally, you asked us to develop a project proposal, and we have done that since the June meeting. So moving on to our first topic, which is the title of the overarching standard. The proposal is that we call the standard, the International Standard on Sustainability Assurance, ISSA 5000, with some extra words underneath that. It basically, just so you know the genesis of it, this is a Tom and Villy genesis. They put this together, and the working group have accepted it as to put in front of you. It does allow us to have a new suite of standards. No decision has been made or is intended to be made about what that suite may be, or even if we're going to need more than an overarching standard, but it does allow us to do that. It allows us to have a standalone standard from the ISIS, which was consistent with the decision we made at the last meeting. It gives us unique numbering. Somebody asked me why we went for 5,000. I said because it was the next one after 4,000. So I mean that's basically the rationale. And also we will obviously over time have to look at how this fits in with the whole framework and standards. Some of that can't be decided at this point in time until we know what we're dealing with in terms of the overarching standard. So with that brief introduction, I'm going to turn back to Tom in terms of the first question. And it's very deliberately worded to ask if you see any impediments to using that title. Not do you like the title thing, it's do you see any impediments? And if you have an impediment, what alternative would you use? So back to you, Tom.
Thank you. I'm only taking credit if you like it. Sachika.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for being and your team. Actually, when I read the paper, I was so surprised that you made such a good, big progress behind that. But one, I don't think it's kind of an issue, but one kind of very interesting conversation I had when I outreached to people in Japan was what would be the abbreviation of this standard, because we are IAASB and they are IAASB. So if we call it IAAS, sorry, I already forgot about that. But anyway, it's very confusing. So people are, and you are now saying ISS A. Sorry, so I think that kind of clarification is maybe needed, but although I really like the title. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Kai?
Yeah, thanks very much, Lynn. Thanks very much for you and your team for the speed. And I agree to what Sachiko said. It's a very important project and we need the speed, and thanks for this progress we have achieved. And I'm very happy with the title as proposed. Thanks.
Sean Wei.
Thank you, Lean. And just to echo the rest, I think tremendous amount of work. Is quite amazing what you have achieved since June. So just want to congratulate you for that and the team for that. So on the question, I just want to come in and say my support. I did take a pause on the abbreviation, maybe like what Sachiko said, but from another angle, because when you read it, it's ISA. So it's the same as our international standards on auditing. And I was just wondering whether we want to distinct it a little bit, but otherwise I'm happy with it.
I think of it as ISA as opposed to ISA. Josephine.
Thank you. Rather controversially, I don't agree with the title, apologies. But before I go into the ways and whys, I'd just like to thank Task Force for all the hard work. The papers are tremendous, and it is, as others had said, it's really clear you have been doing so much in the background. So congratulations to the team in turning around so much in such a short period of time. Really appreciate it. My issue or challenge, I shouldn't say issue, but my challenge with the title is because I have concerns about this overarching approach. And I'm sorry, my microphone's going in and out a little bit, so just wave if you can't hear me. And
that's because you're objecting.
Yes, you're switching me off. I don't disagree with how we're going about it. I certainly support the fact that we have to focus on certain elements, but in the longer term, trying to build something into one overarching standard, in my view, is a flawed approach. And I was looking to, and I think it's even still possible when you're focusing on certain elements, I was looking to, and I thought we discussed this, and there were nods around the table of a suite of standards under the IAASB 5,000, the 5,000 series, let's call it the 5,000 series, which would therefore mean that this first one, 5,000 or whatever you'd like to number it, would be the overall objectives of the assurance practitioner and the conduct of an assurance engagement in accordance with the sustainability standards of assurance. So you're looking at something like that. So I suppose it's similar to the title we have for 200 in ISAs. So, unfortunately, because of this concern I have about this overarching approach, and I think there's an easy solution to it, but because of that, it sort of impacts my comments on other aspects of the questions that are coming up. So, for example, the project proposal, which on the whole, I'm incredibly happy with. I think it's a great project plan, but again, I'm stuck with this approach. So we do talk about that later. It's in one of the issues paper later. So it's really probably just to park for now, and then I'll explain that why later. Thank you.
Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. First, I'd like to thank Lynn and her team for the tremendous work effort and progress that's been made in the last 3 months. So I sound like an echo chamber, but I thought the papers were thoughtfully and carefully prepared. Once I got the hang of how many of them there were, they were easy to get through with the questions embedded in each of them. I don't know if I have an impediment, but I share the concern about ESA versus ISA, not talking about the overarching approach, but just in terms of the title. And then I have a question on, did we consider whether or not ESG or, what belongs in the title somehow? Because when I look in the press and everywhere, and even in Tom's article, you see them, they're kind of used interchangeably. And so I don't know what the future is. Is it one or the other? Is it both? So I just put that out there from a consideration, and that's all I have on the title. Thank you.
Okay, we did consider the ESG point, I think at the last session, but the suggestion was, particularly in the policy world, sustainability was viewed as a more encompassing title than ESG. ESG is particularly emphasized among some parts of the investor community, but I'll let Lynn respond to that a little bit, but that was my memory of our previous discussion. I think it was Isabel and then Len.
Yes, hello. I'm a member of the task force, but I wanted just to mention something that was reported to me in France, and that deals with French-speaking countries, but maybe also Spanish-speaking countries and Italian-speaking country. In English, there's no ambiguity because on one hand you have ISA, and on the other hand you have ISA. So it's not pronounced the same. In Latin languages, it will be ISA and ISA. So it's very near. On the other hand, we discussed it at length in France, and people believe that we can live with that because they will not be used in the same context. But I just wanted to raise it because there may be a confusion in some people's minds.
And my sense is that, look, if we can find a better acronym, I think that over time, it's a working title too, as of now, but it's the idea that it's an overarching standard with a separate number series is the most important element of it. Len?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I really like the title, and I think sustainability in this title is very important. I fully know the ESG component, but we do got the financial reporting, not a financial reporting standard, sustainability reporting standards. I think that's well known. That number one. I just want to comment on one other thing is Tom mentioned about nimble, agile, to kind of relate to a section we had just had. I think what you have done in the last 3 months is exactly try to meet public interest demand and the stakeholder demand. So comment on the work. Also, I do like no issues paper. I think Warren's suggestion was a very good one. So we should definitely consider that. Thank you.
Warren, we'll invite you to New York for December for that suggestion. Jim.
I do have to contribute to the alphabet soup, and Lynn will know about this, but there's also e-size for that whole population that uses those as standard.
Okay, I think in general, you got support for the broad construct here. Let's view this as ISSA as a working title. But I think the more important thing is what goes after it, the 5,000 series, how it sets up from a flexibility standpoint. In fact, I don't think it even preempts some of Josephine's concerns. Like, I think it does provide you some flexibility. It's the idea of a separate series, but I think we got enough support for the time being to pursue.
Thank you, Tom. I very deliberately said ISSA because with my accent, E's and I's are swapped around. So, I mean, it will be what it is in different languages and with different accents. But yeah, I am hearing a consensus to move into a separate series with these letters, however they might be said. Yeah, this does allow for a suite of standards. Whether we need them or not is going to be revealed over time. And I think Tom explained very well the ESG sustainability argument. So they were the three major points that I picked up from that conversation. So we will move ahead with this as our working title. Unless something significant changes, it will be the title over time. Moving right on then. CAG feedback. Jim, do you want to go through the CAG feedback?
Glenn, I was looking at the list that you had on there with the CAG feedback, and one thing that was not on your slide that I just wanted to highlight, it came up at the very beginning of our discussion, was there were a number of CAG members who commented on how quickly you have updated from where you were previously, and that's not reflected there, but I do think that I want to acknowledge that, and I guess maybe that's somewhat embedded in your first slide, but the other point that I think I want to highlight of your points is related to just thinking about the use of specialists, because this could be unique in in the sense that in specialists could do the entire sustainability aspect, and what does that mean for what's the implication of that, and how does that interact with the standard on specialist? Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. I think I'd just like to pick out a couple of things out of what I heard at CAG. I do think we need to have a discussion around the priority issues, and when we get to that section of the project proposal, I'll talk further about that. And I'm aware that there are different opinions on practitioners other than professional accountants. And I think that that's another really important area for us to be clear on. I know we have, I personally have some firm views on that, but we'll listen to what others are thinking in that area. I think my conclusion on CAG was there was enthusiasm and support for where we were at and where we were going. Is that fair, Jim?
Yeah, so this has been a very important topic for the CAG for quite a while, and they very have clearly voiced their support for moving forward. I think there's a sense we need something out there, and of course we did have the discussion of how long it's going to take versus getting something out, and I think the CAG would like to see something out.
Anyone listening to the session have any other views? Okay, moving on then. Oops, see, I told you don't give me these clicker things. Oops. Okay.
Lynn, while you're clicking, there's one other point I just want to bring up. And
you'll have lots of time during the
you gave me the
session as I click
opportunity.
through.
You definitely gave me the opportunity, but we did talk about the whitewashing and the importance in that, I think, relates to fraud as well, but the importance in the standard where we want to be sure that once we've done all our work, that it's consistent with what reality is. And that was brought up as a concern, so.
Yep. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, and we'll come back. We have 2 CAG slides. We've divided them in 2. So there will be another one coming up. Okay, that takes us to the project proposal itself. And the first thing we'd like to pause on are the project objectives. The overall objective is to develop an overarching standard for assurance on sustainability reporting that is firstly responsive to the public interest and the need for a timely standard. And we have included in there consistency and quality as the outcomes we're looking for. The second part of that project objective is what we discussed last time, that it must be suitable across all topics, all information, all reporting frameworks, and it must be able to be implemented by all assurance practitioners. So that's where the working group and staff have got to, reflecting what we took out of the June meeting. And we, I know there are various opinions on this, so I'm going to leave it at that and turn it back to you, Tom, to take any comments on the objectives.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. We'll ask for hands on the project objectives. Okay, well, people are slow to this. Okay, Julie?
Thanks, Tom. And my first time to speak. So Lynn, congratulations to you and your team for all the work you've done and bringing it to this point. I know you emphasized the word all when you were speaking about paragraph 11, and that was going to be my my point. I just wondered if saying all in a number of the places in that little b made sense at this point, and if we knew enough to say all, and if we might consider something other than like a broad range of sustainability topics as an alternative. So that was just my comment on the objectives.
Okay, it's all in terms of sustainability topics. All is used later in that phrase about assurance practitioners. Okay. The next is Josephine.
Not surprising. So I guess what I'm going to say. So Lynn, I think that, and consistent with other aspects of the project proposal as well, I think what the project objective here, unless we want to open up a project objective for every single new element that we need to expand on, should be to develop a series of sustainability standards, but then making reference to the fact that with in part 16, with the immediate focus standing setting action, and then you're exploring extending the elements. We'll talk about those a little bit later. You have questions on those, but I think the key thing is to get across is there will be a series of standards here, but the first point of this project is to develop this overarching standard, and I think that I could get comfortable with that. And as I say, just to repeat, because otherwise, every time we decide, say, now we are actually going to have to develop a separate standard for materiality in relation to sustainability reporting, we've now got to open up another project proposal for that. And that's not what we wanted to do here. We wanted to make sure we had this overarching project proposal. So that's why I think we should take the overarching out of 11 and talk about the series of standards there. Thank you.
I don't think we're in a position to say we're going to have a series at present. This is actually a project proposal for one overarching standard at this point in time, rather than a number of them. They may be needed, they may be not, but I think you'd need another project proposal for the next ones in the series. So I think we're going to have to reflect on that as to how we deal with it. Because yeah, this is actually only a project proposal for one standard, not the series. And I think that's just important for people at this point in time.
I guess Josephine, on your point, maybe we'll get to it a little bit in terms of the structure of the standard a little bit later, and there's choices, but the working group here is clearly proposing an overarching standard. And if that were the path that we went down, I guess in an ideal world, we could have a lingering project proposal that would cover all eventualities in the future. But then I also feel a little bit that would be like saying at the outset of our board's work, approving a project proposal for 200 that would then have taken 315, 330, so there's a little bit, I think we could have a real discussion. What you're raising is about architecture a little bit going forward. I think in the background, we may have to come back to this issue if people, implicit is you have a different view on that. I'm not sure this is the moment. I also think, as I understand the parliamentary element of it, we could always go retrospectively and amend the project proposal based upon, I think if we change our mind, what's going to happen, and if we go down this route, the task force, whatever group may decide, well, we've learned something in the drafting process that our original point of view may be changed, and then you have to publicly amend it. But I think the point you're making is around fundamental structure of the standard. If it's structured the way that the working group wants, I think you're forced in this way. You could have a parenthetical maybe as part of a potential longer series of standards in it. But I sort of agree with Lynn's point here. You want to come back in?
Yeah, I just, and And I understand that, and I understand I have a different view, but I think that we have to maybe be open to the fact that addressing just those elements is not going to be enough in the longer term. This is something that we want to develop that's going to be future-proof and address a number of issues. So, for example, the risk assessment process, there'll be some granularity and specificity there that we'll certainly need to address. And from that perspective, I feel like we closing off only certain elements in an overarching standard seems to not accept the fact that there's going to be a huge demand for other elements and challenges to be addressed going down the track. And I understand there's only so much we can do in a certain period of time. And that's why we're focused on these elements. But we're missing something here, missing something really important, that there's going to be huge demand on those other areas. And if we go down the route of just having one overarching objective, I can see us being closed off to that and then trying to fit everything into one standard and then having to open up that entire standard just to address certain elements of it, because it will have impact on other pieces within the standard. And that will just lengthen the process and lengthen the due process. And therefore, I think I'm just thinking ahead, and not what's happening now, but ahead and what the demands on us will be. And therefore, the architecture, in my view, should be already specified here as something that will be a series going forward, recognizing that because we can only focus on certain things, it starts with this overarching standard.
So, but I think that's sort of what I was saying, is that if you wanted to give some clarity, you could say the project objective is to develop a new overarching standard for assurance on sustainability reporting, potentially part of a broader series on sustainability assurance. That is A and B. I think that we could leave the wordsmith into someone's, but we could signal that it may be part of. But I guess what Lynn is cautious about, and I'll let Lynn talk about, is we don't want to commit at this time because there are things we don't know yet. Lynn, back to you.
Yeah, let me try and put it in a different way as I see it. The overarching standard will cover all elements. It's just a matter of how much detail there will be for each one. So for most of them, it will be a requirement and application material. For the priority areas, it will be more detailed. From that, it may emerge that there's something that we need a separate standard on, because what's happening in the environment is people are really struggling. I'll just take materiality. So we'll have more detail in the overarching standard because it's a priority area, but people say, actually, we need much more on this, so we need a separate standard. That is possible, but you can't anticipate at present whether we will or what they'd be and when we'd need them. My concern with raising a series is the resource commitment and the plans. This is a big job. Are we actually prepared to promise any more than we're doing at present? Because I mean, going back to our strategy and plan that we did this morning, it talks about potentially doing more, but we're by no means committing. So I'm just worried in this project proposal about committing to work that we're not planning to do. So it's that balance that I'm looking for here, because I'm seeing this as one overarching standard proposal. If we need furthers and if we need a series, if we need specifics, we do another project proposal. We could potentially do them as like a contract, statements of work after it, and that could be possible. I'm just concerned about putting it in this project objective at present.
Okay. Anyone else have a similar concern to Josephine here? Chun-Wei?
So I must say, when I started reviewing this project proposal, I went into it expecting it to cover a series like how Josephine described. And this was my first concern. But I sort of eventually got around it and I debated with myself for a little bit. And I think I took the point that Lynn mentioned about, committing the board to a lot of unknowns going forward. But I think the point, I have a lot of sympathy for Josephine's point. I think especially the part about lengthening due process, whether is it efficient for us to actually have a project proposal for every single element of the sustainability series going forward. And I'm just wondering, and I just want to say I'm happy with where we're at now, but in terms of going forward, maybe something for us to think about. Maybe the next project proposal covers a series, and then it is a more agile approach where we have an addendum where each specific element is being deliberately and having a focused consideration by the board, but in a much more agile and quick way to get around it, rather than having a full complete project proposal as we know it for every single element. So just back to the bottom line is I'm okay with where we're at for this piece. But going forward, I think the point about the due process, etc., may be something we want to just think a little bit more about.
Fernando?
Thanks, Tom. Just to express that I understood exactly what Josephine was saying, that this was a project covering a series of standards, and I think it's just one for the moment. I think it's important to be clear what is exactly what we're doing, so everyone is on the same page and we know what we're voting on Friday.
So I guess my question though is, we are explicitly establishing the possibility that we will have a series of standards going forward. But I don't think we could create an omnibus project proposal for every eventuality going forward and then not go through the process for establishing what the next phases are. So I think by us creating the whole numbering circumstances, aren't we almost explicitly considering the idea that may have a series? But I think what Lynn and the team ultimately grappled with, if you accept the structure that they went through, is not to commit the board or suggest to the board that anything else is, but we can foreshadow that other work may occur at some other point. Ado, I saw your hand was raised.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And first of all, Lynn and Claire, Adriana, I'm forgetting somebody. Natalie, of course. Silly me. Thank you for the enormous work done. Fantastic to see all this progress, and congratulations. I just want to, on this specific point, weigh in that I am fine with the way it's structured now in keeping it at one standard. So the starting point was 3,000. Make that. Bring in EER, bring in the elements that can start us all off with a standard to go. Yes, we will expressly keep an open mind of bringing further topics in, but that can be in whatever scope document and how lengthy and how agile we can be, and which I all encourage. We can rope that in at that particular point in time when we have further clarity on what we need to address at that specific point in time. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on this topic? Otherwise, I want to turn that back to Lynn, and then we'll take other comments. One other thing I should have said, just to bring to your attention, that we're also using this time to seek input on all sections A through D as well, but little a is the issue of the project objectives. Bill, was it on this point or, okay.
Firstly, despite my comments this morning about timeliness, I've got to acknowledge the work done by Lynn and the task force has been first rate in terms of that that criteria. So well done. As to this particular point, excuse me if I'm, as a newer member, I'm not quite clear with the significance of the project proposal, but in my mind, we are going to produce an overarching standard, and we are going to produce down the track other standards as well. So as long as I'm clear on that, I don't really mind what the project proposal says or does. And that's, I mean, without committing you, I mean, that's where we're going, isn't it? It's certainly where we're going, if I'm, make sure I'm not mistaken.
It is, but the project proposal is actually on the work that we're doing here. Like, that's why I thought you could add a parenthetical, but I'm also trying not to do drafting on the fly when there's maybe unintended consequences. Lynn, back to you on this point. Kai?
Thank you. And thank you, Lynn and team on this. Congratulate you on the tremendous amount of work that's been done. I think this shows that we can work really quickly. And on this specific topic on the project objectives, I think it signals that, yes, we know for now that we will need to do an overarching standard, but we also signal that there is more to be done and there is uncertainty. And recognizing that this is an area under great developments, it's too early to tell what specific all of those details will be. So I'm really happy with where we're at. I think it's a good project proposal, and the objectives reflect what we need to do now.
Okay. Anyone else on this? We're going to invite comment on, sorry, Wendy.
Did you want to finish? Or?
No, is it on this
It's on
question
us.
of overall? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just quickly to say, I thought the project proposal reflected what we had discussed in June and respected the public interest. But I have another question, is when we say the public interest, do we include stakeholders that are doing voluntary reporting? So that's, okay, that was just my question. Thank you.
Okay. Lynn, back to you.
Maybe there is a compromise that we leave the project objective as it is, but immediately after it, we foreshadow that there could be a series and further standards in the future, without committing us irrevocably to that. So can we try and do some wording like that, and see if we can make Josephine happy?
Well, I think it's a good idea to signpost that it's a highly likely event, because that's clearly intention. It's just a question, do we want to have a binding contract at this point? If we're on the project objectives, does anyone else have things on the objectives themselves? Okay, let's do the objectives and then we'll go broader on this. I have one point on the objectives as well.
Thank you. So just another point on the objective. I just want to say before that, I'm very supportive of the entire project proposal, and looking forward to approving it on Friday. So it's on B, and it's also on all, but it's the last all assurance practitioners, and I agree with that. Just, one of the distinguishing elements in our standards is the fact that they're underpinned by quality management and ethics requirements. Now, I do see references to coordination with staff of the QM task forces and with the ethics board, which are important. And just wondering whether there's some way we can further underscore that QM ethics element, for example, by explicitly calling them out in a footnote to 11B or somewhere that the working group feels appropriate. And I'm saying this because I've seen non-accounting professionals providing ISAE 3000 assurance work today. And sometimes that really make me wonder if they are familiar with IAASB code or other national ethics code, and ISQM or now ISQC requirements, whether they do have that system of quality control or quality management going forward. So I thought it's important to just underscore this point. Thanks.
Anyone else on the objectives? Just looking around. the only thing actually could actually make some of that elucidation or footnoting possible. I do think that second part of this B, it should be split out as a C, because we're talking about the responsiveness. The second one's about the suitability across topics. And the final one is about who does it. So, I would just implement, it's its own thought. And then it would be easier to highlight the connection to quality and ethics that we're talking about. Okay, Lynn, do you feel like you've had enough helpful feedback on the objectives?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, let's turn to other comments on sections A through D. Okay, Sue.
Thank you. And thanks, Lynn. I'll reiterate the comments about the amount of work that's gone in, and I think this is excellent. I support the project proposal, and I think this is going to help practitioners worldwide. My comment is it first occurs in the introduction and then crops up in a few other places, and it's really about the tone in relation to 3,000 and existing assignments, because even though you are on warp speed, 3,000 will be used for, or is being used now for assignments, and will likely be used even more through the period we're talking about. And I think we just need to be very careful that we're not suggesting, by the phraseology we use, we talk often about there's an urgent need for something, that we don't give the impression that somehow 3,000 isn't fit for purpose. So we've sent a few suggestions in. I mean, it's a balance, that there is an urgent need, but that doesn't mean that what we have isn't suitable. Thanks.
Okay, Josephine.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank the task force for separating out the entity system of internal control from evidence. I thought that was a really important aspect that we needed to focus on. So just wanted to offer my support there. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, not surprisingly, we spent most of the time on the objectives.
We did ask for it. Just to pick up on those couple of points, the quality management system and ethics for other professions is obviously an issue, and one we're going to have to grapple with during this process, an important one. And certainly we're talking to IAASB. Yeah, on reflection, that tone issue is really important. We don't want to in any way undermine 3,000. I mean, 3,000 operates, it will continue to operate. And so we don't want anyone that suggests that it's inadequate, because we don't think that. So we'll look at those words and take into account your comments. Okay, Tom, shall I move on to the next section? One click. Okay, just to talk about the scope of the standard and what we see, and in some ways this is a discussion we've already started to have in terms of the series. What we're looking at in terms of the overarching standard for now is, and to do immediately, is to cover limited and reasonable assurance. And everybody we've talked to has said, yes, you need to, and all the work we've done suggests that it's really hard to do one or the other, because they do relate to one another. So the first thing based on this for this overarching standard is both of those area types of assurance will be there. The second is that it is a complete assurance solution. So we go from the beginning of an engagement to the end of the engagement, and we include all of the important elements in that. Thirdly, and I've already said this, For those areas where they are priority challenges, so we've got the 6 of them, including limited and reasonable assurance, there'll be more specificity because that's where people are telling us they need more help. The vision, and we do have a bit about a suite of standards over time, will be to respond to the emerging issues, the additional challenges, and what happens out there in terms of both reporting and assurance. So what I am reading from what I heard now is that future vision we have undercooked, and we need to actually just make that clearer, and we will do. This should be for, sorry, I turned it off. This should be a familiar slide to you because I think we used it at the last board meeting. And that is just the alls that we talked about of what will be in the standard. Whether we need all or not, I'm not sure. But though it will cover all the topics, all the information, all the mechanisms for reporting, all the reporting standards, and all the users and stakeholders. Important is that, and we were asked to make it standalone from ISA 3000, and that is what we have done. I'll talk further about IS 3000 later on. In terms of the priority areas, and I am going to pause on these priority areas, just running through what we've got at this point in time, just reinforcing the fact that we'll be more specific in these areas. We'll talk about, in particular, the work effort that you need for limited and reasonable assurance. We've got suitable reporting criteria. We've got scope of the engagement. As Josephine just said, we've divided out evidence and internal controls. We've made a subtle change, but a really important change on materiality and talked about practitioners' materiality. We are very aware that in this kind of reporting, preparers use materiality matrices to work out what they're going to put into their reports. So this will be focused on what we as assurance practitioners do in terms of materiality. That is what's in the project proposal at this present point in time. What we have heard from people is an and question, and we'd like this, and we'd like that, and we'd like something else. For example, we've already heard in CAG, narrative and future-looking information, fraud and reporting. We, in terms of this proposal that we're putting in front of you, believe that to be able to meet the timeframes to do the work that's needed, we can do any 6 priorities. If you get to have 12 priorities, you actually end up not being in with priorities. We've actually undermined that. So as we talk about this further, and if any of you have further topics you want, can you please tell us which one of these you don't want? So this is going to have to be a replacement system that everybody agrees on, that if there is something that you think is a stronger priority than these, which we had at the last meeting, slightly refined now, can you please say, I don't think we should be doing internal controls or something. So and I'd like to replace it with that. Secondly, we hear a lot that people want us to cover reporting. The working group has discussed this in great detail, and the explanation that is in the project proposal sets out where we are at. Just to reiterate what it says is there is extensive guidance at present on reporting. It's in 3000 and it is also in the EER guidance. There are example reports. There are small examples of bits of an audit report. And whilst we will cover reporting, obviously, in this overarching standard, we do not believe at present that we need to provide more specificity than is available in this area. So just to explain why we have made that decision at this point in time. I know I've laboured this, but it's an area where people do tend to have opinions, and we need to come to a consensus. We thought we had a consensus, but we keep getting added bits in. I'm going to talk for a little while in terms of these slides because it is the crux of the proposal. I'm going to just, in a bit of detail, go through our approach to drafting because, as I've kept reiterating, that's what we really need to get from people at present, is whether you think we're on the right track. The first approach we're taking is that we're going to need the terms defined. There's subtle differences across different standards and different terms. What we are looking at is, and you have a paper in front of you, which we will discuss later in the day on the defined terms. The approach we've taken is we've started with 3000. We've then used 3410, and then we've looked if there's anything similar or useful in the IAASB or the EER guidance. Just to explain why we're using 3410, when we look at 3000, it's a good standard, but there is a bit missing in the middle of it on planning and procedures, the execution of the audit. 3410 is really good in that area. So that's why we are using them both concurrently, because of that information that's available in them. So this is Wolf's favourite area, defining the terms. So if you have any issues on that paper, Wolf's going to answer them later in the day. That's right, yep. So that the second thing is we plan to, and this is where I'm sorry, I will go between what we're planning and what we've done, because actually we've got a plan in front of us, but we're already doing some of it. So if I get the wrong word, I apologise. The second thing we plan to do is identify the requirements and application material from 3000 and 3410 and put them all together. And what you've got in the final document of volumes 1 to 3, parts 1 to 3 is that work. Then look at the ISAs. We have we think we need criteria in order to do that, to actually take 2 bites. One is to decide which ISAs and then to consider which bits of which ISAs we might need. One wouldn't expect that to be large amounts of material because it's a gap filling. Finally, in the drafting approach, we're going to review EER guidance and build that into the standard. The reason that we've got it where it is, not further up, is when we put together the EER guidance, the writing instructions from the board were that we could not put any requirements into the EER guidance. So the EER guidance is extraordinarily useful for application material, but for requirements, there's only one and maybe a couple more embedded potentially requirements. The one that's explicit was surgeons, which we based on the fact it was in 3410. So we knew what we were doing then. And then finally, making sure we address those priority areas. So that's the approach we propose in the proposal. So I've talked for quite a long time in terms of those slides. So we now move on to sections E to F, which I've just described to you. In particular, we have two areas of we'd like particular feedback on. The first is the priority areas, and the second is our general approach that we're taking to developing the standard. So, and then I guess there's another question. Anything else you've got on E and F, E to F? Thank you, Tom. Back to you.
Okay. Josephine.
Thank you, Lynn, and for that very comprehensive explanation. Really appreciate that. Just a couple of little things here. Just on the qualitative characteristics, and we did send this comment in, just wouldn't curious as to why scalability proportionality isn't included in that list, and maybe you could just explain that to me. And then the only other thing is I absolutely agree with the approach. Just when we are actually going through some of the detail there, and so it's not for the project proposal, 3000 is now coming up to nearly 10 years old. And I did find in some cases that actually looking to the ISAs was better. So it was more for something to discuss later, but I just thought I'd raise it. But otherwise, really happy. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. Lynn, just a couple things. I think I'm going to echo the same comment Sue made earlier around 3000 and making sure that there's no potential that we're undermining the importance of 3000. So it pops up in paragraph 22 and maybe in 23. So just making sure we're not sending that signal, as well as 3410 actually, because we're not really sure where 3410 is going to end up. And so people who are using 3410 might get confused if they're not understanding the trajectory as to where they're going. So maybe you just need to think about how we communicate that as part of our communication strategy. I did have other priority areas, but you've set out the rules of the road, so I don't have any to take away. So I'm not going to mention a whole bunch of others that you probably already heard. However, and maybe we could build this in the entity system of internal control points, a little e. Oftentimes what we hear from practitioners in this space is that entities outsource part of that to third parties, maybe data collection or other aspects of it. And so if there was any opportunity to just reflect on that piece of the entity system of internal control and making sure that we're considering the fact that if they're outsourcing it or using a third party, what that might mean. I know that's not a completely new bullet, but maybe just a modification of one you already have. And I think that was it. Yep, thanks.
So I'm glad you've accepted the principle. You were going to argue it, but it may be something similar to what we discussed earlier in the objective section, that we could signpost some other things, whether in a footnote or elsewhere, that there are coming attractions likely on this, just because we didn't take them up in this overarching standard. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have two comments to section E, first to paragraph 17. I very much agree with the two-step approach set forth in paragraph 16, little a and little b of the project proposal. However, I'm a little bit concerned that in developing the overarching standard in little a, the focus should be on the priority challenges identified in paragraph 25. When considering what to include in the overarching standard, there is a danger of a so-called scope creep to include matters such as the details in the ISAs that would normally be included in the second phase of the project as described in paragraph 60b. For this reason, I would make a suggestion, augment the last sentence of paragraph 17 at the end of the state, so that those matters to be addressed in the project as contemplated in paragraph 60b are not already included in the overarching standard. Then I have a comment to paragraph 23, the same section. There, I'm also a little concerned about the last sentence in paragraph 33 is written because it suggests that the project proposal includes a rewrite of IAASB 3410 to make the overarching standard rather than the IAASB 3000 the basis for IAASB 3410. It seems to me that rewriting IAASB 3410 is beyond the scope of this project. Rather, it would be important for the overarching standard to clarify when IAASB 3410 rather than the overarching standard would apply. For example, in the case of a standalone greenhouse gas statements prepared for certain purposes. I suggest that the wording in this sentence be changed to read: the IAASB will considering clarifying the relationship between the scope of application of IAASB 3000 revised, IAASB 3410, and the new overarching standard. Then, if you allow, I have a comment to section 4, paragraph 32. Here, I'm a little bit concerned about the list of task forces in this paragraph 32, little a to little c, because the reference to specific task forces such as audit evidence, quality management, and ISA 315 raises expectation of stakeholders as to the standard from which the IAASB will draw when drafting the overarching standard. Consequently, I would very much prefer to delete the second sentence of paragraph 32, including the list from little a to little d. That's all. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I echo the concern about the transition between and the use of 30,000, 3410 and 5,000, both mentioned by Julie and a lot of detail by Kai Ewing. So I think it's just clarity needed in the project proposal, not necessarily that I'm challenging the approach. And the other clarity I thought would be helpful is back to the priority areas. I did this backwards, but anyway, back to the priority areas, I think it would be helpful in the project proposal to say why those priority areas were chosen. And I think you mentioned that in your earlier remarks, Lynn, but then you went on to all the other. So I wanted to just make sure that that finds its way in there. And then maybe that helps with people not wanting from the project proposal to add more in. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks, and I'm really glad that we have a project proposal because it has really opened my eyes in terms of some of the challenges of doing this particular project. And I think my comments are somewhat similar to where Kai Ui was, because I definitely understand at the last discussion in June, we talked about taking the concepts from 3000 and then building in the priority areas that had been agreed with the board. But when I see the layout of the steps of the approach, and in fact, the criteria that we're going to talk about later, it seems to me a vast opportunity for scope creep here, which really worries me. I think the ISAs that we should be looking at this stage should be limited to the ones that are relevant to the priority areas that we've identified, and not going through basically all of them and saying, well, is this one where we might pick up something and this one where we might pick up something? And there's no real criteria, again, which worries me about how we would do that. It's going to be a bit of a judgment call. There's going to be a debate. I think if we go beyond the priority areas, that will delay the timing of this project, which I thought was really the number one key public interest concern that we're trying to address. So maybe I've misunderstood what that work effort is going to be, but that was my impression from reading the project proposal. I shared Julie and others' concerns about 3000 and the potential for undermining that. And the only other point I'd make at this stage is one of we talk in the priority areas of the scope of the engagement. And I think that is also one of the public interest characteristics of scope, but it's not listed there. And I think it would be good if we could try and articulate a little bit better what we mean by scope in the project proposal. Because I know a number of the people I've been speaking to have said, well, is the scope element going to deal with the financial statements and the scope of an engagement where you're doing an audit engagement and an assurance engagement, and how do you report when that, so I think that scope piece probably needs to be clarified in a bit more depth. Thank you.
And would it be worthwhile to give, or do you want to wait on some perspective on the point of potential creep and use of ISAs now, because it may help people comment afterwards?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a more detailed discussion on that later. And I think perhaps, but it's probably a good place to pause in me before I lose the thoughts, comment on what we've heard before we take any more cards, if that was okay with you. Okay, Josephine, on scalability, we just missed it. And when CAG brought it up last week, we went, we should have had that in. I mean, it's just one of those things that it's so inherent that we have to be scalable. We weren't explicit on it. So we'll put that in, absolutely. I've already said on 3000, we do need to obviously look at our tone around everywhere we've said 3000 and 3410, that we're not undermining in any way, and we will do that. In terms of scope, one of the real challenges, the two biggest challenges of this project proposal are going to be around scope and granularity. It's how much information can we actually have in an overarching standard? And to me, criteria will be helpful, but there's going to be one enormous dollop of professional judgment by both the task force and the board as we work through what should be in and what should be out. And I can see this expanding, contracting as we work towards what's the best look for this overarching standard. If we had the exact answer now, we'd be doing it. It is iterative. It will be coming back to board meetings on an ongoing basis with this is our next iteration of it, based on the last discussion, based on the criteria, based on what we've done, and then we'll redo it again. I'd love to say we know exactly how we're going to do it at present, exactly what will be in it. We don't, we can't. We've got the parameters, we've got an approach, but we haven't got that detail of this is exactly what it'll look like. And if there's one project in my time on the board that I think is going to require real thinking from the board in terms of what should be there, but what shouldn't be there, it's this one as we pull it together. So that scope, I think we will talk about it in the project plan. I think we will talk about it as we work through structure this afternoon. I think we'll talk about it as we get to the ISAs. And I think in December, we'll also be talking about it. So there's so much we can put in the project proposal. I'll take all the comments that I've heard in terms of scope and look at them. But there is not exact clarity in that area. It is going to be iterative. In terms of the priority areas, I quite like the idea of us putting in a paragraph about the why and what in that, just to make it clear to everybody what's in there. So, and the particular paragraphs we've been given to look at and the particular wording, we will look at those and come back to you. So that's what I've heard to date, and that's my thing. And if the working group has any other opinions, feel free to come in and say that you disagree with me. So back to you, Tom.
Thanks. Yosh?
Thank you, Tom. This is first time to comment. And so I would also like to thank Lynn and the working group for compiling an excellent and interesting proposal paper in a short period. I also support the working group's position to rapid standards development by focusing on priorities based on the needs of the market. And I also support and agree with the approach. But I have two comments about the proposals. As mentioned by Kai Wei and others, I understand the working group's intention to make 5,000 standalone standards for the reason of a speedy standards development. But it would be helpful to illustrate the relationship between the extant IAC 3034 and 5,000 and future structure of the standards to facilitate proper understanding by stakeholders, including me. And next one is about the internal control. The difference between limited assurance and reasonable assurance is whether to do the test of controls of internal control based on the EER assurance guidance. So it is not inevitable to discuss about the internal control and sustainability assurance standards, I think. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Len?
Thank you, Tom. Lynn, overall, I'm very supportive. I think the priorities are right. I think for a budget proposal, you can't really go into detail, but I think everything you table unbalanced. I think those are the top topics. And of course, other people mentioned about some of the specificity on internal control. I also agree. On paragraph 32, one of the things, at least my reference group and other I spoke to is you talk about evidence, you talk about quality management, but some of the biggest challenge right now is in a group audit setting because it's the complexity. So I don't have the answers, but I'm being asked to do some of the group audit outreach now. People are asking also how does this thing work with sustainability reporting assurance going forward. So just I'm not saying you should insert that, but just share that observation. The other one is more a question for me rather than specifically maybe on what's on the board is when I see a project proposal, is the project proposal covering the transition? Because 3,000, 3410, then you have the 3-year project plan. Project is going to take 3 years, and is that transition and is going to be handled by the staff, or is it the task force is going to be looking at the transition? Because going forward, 3,000 and and the 5,000 were working parallel, but sustainability reporting will move to 5,000. Is a project proposal is going to cover that aspect? Just more questions, just clarify my mind. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And thank you, Lynn, also for providing further meat on the bone for me as you are talking us through the project proposal. So I now understand better that there will be application material, even though an LCE part structure was considered. So I'm glad to hear that. In respect of reporting, where I had a question mark, I now understand, I think I understand now better that the level of specificity will be at the 3,000 level. So that's fine. I intuitively felt that we would look at ER first and then at the ISAS, but I get the order. That's okay, but I do, and then Eric, I think, phrased it or took the words out of my mouth and just said it better than I would ever could, or I could ever do it. But the criteria at the moment, you're talking about criteria to look at ISAS. That's fine, but you're looking at all ISAs anyway. You've already done it. I'm much more interested in what criteria do you establish for taking concepts out of the ISAs. And you've been able to provide us a look through on what you're doing. And for example, there are a lot of concepts out of 220 that are being brought in. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but is it necessary? Because if we do it there, we also need to do it for 315. And where do we strike the balance? 220 is easy in that respect. So this is where I'm really concerned about scope creep and the time running away from us. We don't need to have this discussion now. We can do that when we are building supplementary standards. And in that sense, staying closer to 3,000 when it's not broken, leave it. And that's a discipline that I would appeal to the entire board for, that we all need to bring to the table as we discuss this further. Then also Eric made a comment about the scope and what it covers and how it works, for example, in an integrated report. Is that within the scope, or are we just focusing on the bits that need to be assured as from a sustainability perspective? And I appreciate there's a sentence in there that essential procedures and guidance material in ISAE 3400 is relevant and useful, but I think forward-looking information in sustainability reporting is of such prominence and importance that I think that could, well, I'm unclear whether this is going to be sufficient. Let's leave it there. So those were my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sue?
Okay, 2 comments. Easy one first is I had the same question about transition into the standard. I think it will be important in due course. The second one is harder, and you put down a fantastic challenge about if you want to put something in, you need to offer something out. We've been very agile while thinking. My point is I'm surprised how little reference there is to fraud in here. I think it obviously, if I heard correctly, came up at the CAG. It's a concern in the market. I feel uncomfortable we've scoped 240 out. I do feel that we have an opportunity to try and manage the expectation gap before it runs away with us, or at least to contribute to that. So my preference would be to include fraud in some way, and then there might be a number of ways to achieve that. But if we were to put it in as a bullet, then my suggestion would be to remove suitability. And the reason for that is I think we already have some excellent material in EER that looks at that. I also think there's a degree of overlap with the scope discussion, so that potentially some of the areas could be picked up there. And the other piece on materiality, double materiality, we have a section on materiality, so that's probably one of the prime things on materiality that we would be looking at likely anyway. So there we go. We've had a crack at it.
You did rise to the challenge, at least. Chen Wei.
Thank you. So Lynn, in my offline comments, you saw that I suggested 2 other things to the priority areas. But of course, because of the way you've so expertly set up the conversation, I maybe not as brave as Sue. I didn't see anything we could take out. But I think there may be opportunity for us to perhaps repackage or signpost some of the materials that we have and issue them separately or something alongside what we have in the overarching standard. So that's my response to B. On C, I hear the concern expressed by colleagues on scope creep, and I acknowledge that I'm quite comfortable with the way it's being set out in the project proposal. And I think the overriding consideration to me, well, timeliness is one thing, but the other piece is about facilitating a quality piece of assurance work. And I think you described it earlier in your response, and I'm sure the task force will very carefully think through it. And I think we'll welcome debate at the board level where there are certain aspects which you think need to be brought in, and let's have that conversation. So just want to support where the task force is. I have some specific smaller comments on the project proposal on this part. So I just want to mention them very quickly. Paragraph 18, I like that 3-column, the chart. And in the middle, the information disclosed about the topic. I just wonder if one of the elements we include in the list could be connections to financial reporting. And then going down to paragraph 25, oh, sorry, that's part of the section, so I've mentioned that. Paragraph 30, we talk about the 2 reference groups, and I think that's exciting. And I presume when appropriate, we'll bring the 2 groups together. It may be helpful to just point that out because there may be concern about us sort of creating 2 siloed groups that do not cross-pollinate. So maybe just mentioning how we will actually bring them together at some point. And then the small a, we talk about the other reference group and we talk about experts from audit firms, academia, professional organization. And I'm just wondering whether we should also mention the other assurance framework providers, for example, standard setters of ISO and AA 1000 AS. Paragraph, also that's it, thank you.
Okay, Josephine.
Lynn, thank you. I just wanted to respond to some other board member comments and offer my support for what the task force has here. Sort of working backwards, apologies, Kai, but I actually think that those references to those particular task forces is spot on because those are dealing with the elements that are your priority areas. And so I think it's important to be transparent about the people that we want to seek input from that regard. So I wouldn't want to see that lost from this proposal. I think that's important. The other thing I wanted to agree with wholeheartedly is about trying to be too specific about applying criteria. We do have to be flexible. We are working through it. And I actually think it's really important to remember that ISA 3000 is a standard that's built for all sorts of assurance engagements. It can't possibly deal with the specificity in the sustainability reporting standards in terms of supporting the assurance practitioner. So from that regard, I think it's absolutely important that we look at the ISIS, and I think you've got that spot on. So it was more to add my support. And I have also heard, we've also had feedback about fraud. I thought we could probably address it in those more important areas such as greenwashing when we're thinking about evidence. I don't think we have to do a whole piece on it. And Sue, I'm ever so sorry, but I wouldn't want to lose suitability. I think you did a really good job at trying to find something, because in the sustainability reporting standards, there's criteria on criteria, including management criteria. It's a lot more complicated than just having one framework that you apply. And so it is actually a really important topic that we need to address. So just wanted to give my support on those points. Thank you.
Julie?
Thanks, and apologies, I didn't raise this the first time. I hadn't scrolled down far enough in my document. And it's just with respect to the reference groups, Lynn, and my understanding, at least from other projects, is the reference groups take quite a bit of time and effort to operate. And so that was my first thought. Did we need to have two? Because could that affect the timeliness of what we're trying to get done? Because I do believe they're quite resource heavy. And then my other point was, I think, Chung-Wei, you mentioned it as well, is keeping those two groups separate, not allowing for cross-pollination of ideas. And if we want to proceed with the two, I don't think that's a fatal issue for me. But would there be an opportunity for, at some points in time, for those groups to talk together? Because I do think sharing ideas and hearing the other's perspectives would be really helpful. And I also think that if you get very different perspectives from those two groups, it will be hard for you to come back to us and tell us what the reference group recommended. And so maybe there's opportunities, if you still want to have the two groups, just to have that as part of the package as well.
Before I turn it back to Lynn, I just will say something about reference groups, because this is actually not specific to this project. I'm one of the people who strongly believe in the value of reference group as we move to a more agile structure of standard setting. The reason I believe philosophically reference groups matter is because you get real-time input as you're developing. So while it's intensive in the early development process, it should give you a higher degree of success on the back end of a standard. That it's a little bit like if you think about software development, user acceptance testing throughout. So I'm strongly supportive of reference groups. I understand how we structure it is a different thing, but I do think it's consistent with our move to a more agile standard setting approach, is conscious that it does take staff effort and time. But I do think the payoffs in the long run, as we learned on the LCE standard, are significant. Lynn?
Can we have lunch before I conclude, please?
Okay.
Because I might take a while and I don't want everybody to.
Okay, we're fine with that. So what we'll do is we'll break right now and we'll take up a little bit of that time this afternoon. Conscious too that we're scheduled to end at 5 today. We may push to 5:30-ish going forward. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. and we'll finish this topic and then we'll move on to the next. Okay, thank you.
But then the other topics, what we don't do today, we will do. But it would be good if we could get all the comments. Stuff we already draft them. Settle clearly the objective and the scope if we want to go fast. And in December or March, and I said no, it's impossible. We need to approve it now, and that's why we changed. Because initially it was just. Maybe timetable could be questioned by some. I know that some board members don't perceive the urgency. They don't perceive the urgency because it's not the current urgency in your part of the world. Why in your work? Yes, the European Commission or something. It's a topic and if you don't get something on task, they will develop. Europe will develop. May be very consistent. But have done an ISRS really people that are new setting their own values. And also, the more we wait, the more local standards are being developed. So Germany has developed a local standards. They went through a similar exercise, take the ISA, take the based on the same thinking. And India has done it. IAASB, they published yesterday an exposure draft. So they also added some local specificities. And the ED
We're going to start at 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to begin in about a minute. Okay, are we ready to go, Michelle, from a streaming perspective? Okay, welcome back. We're going to finish off the comments and the feedback for the project proposal. And then we'll continue on with sustainability this afternoon. But Lynn, you've had a lunch to prepare your response, and I turn it back to you.
Thanks, Tom, and I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Just responding to the last round of comments, there was a clutch of issues around transition and the relationship between 3,000 and 5,000. We need to add a section to the project proposal that talks about that. What we're envisaging at this point in time is a linkage between the two, explaining that if you between when you use 3,000 and when you use 5,000. So that's certainly in our mind at this point in time, but we should be explicit in the proposal. Accept the comments about the importance of limited and reasonable assurance around internal controls. On fraud, IAASB is doing a staff note on greenwashing. It's going to the IAASB board this week and is expected to be released sometime in October. So it's not that there is no guidance around greenwashing, but that's so if people have concerns around fraud, two things. One, that guidance exists. Secondly, there will of course be a section in the overarching standard about fraud, detail yet to be determined. In terms of application material, yes, we didn't envisage when we put the structure up on audit for LCEs that people were going to take it other than the headings, that we were going to use EEM material. We had always expected to use application material, and I apologise that we weren't clear on that. There's a clutch of issues where there is some good guidance out there, and any ideas would be welcome either before the next board meeting or at the new board meeting about what's the most efficient way to signpost this and get it out into public arena. As an example, the work that we've already done around reporting, because part of the transition is making sure that all of the guidance and what we've currently got is clear to people. So I think there's some general work to be done in that area. I've talked about scope before. It's going to be an issue that we keep talking about, and we do need to be focused so that we don't end up with a standard that is unworkable, and scope and practicality will come together. In terms of forward-looking information, I suggest that people refer people to the EER guidance on that. There's a whole chapter on it, and it is comprehensive. Final two things. In terms of financial reporting, we agreed at the meeting last time that we would not look at the crossover between financial and non-financial reporting, and that's excluded from scope. In terms of the reference groups, we have at this point deliberately set up two reference groups, one for accountants and one for other professions. That was to put the emphasis on, each one could put emphasis on their particular views. We do envisage over time having joint meetings between the two reference groups, and it is possible that at some point we will integrate them as well. That is yet to be decided though. So that's where we're at. In terms of the reference groups, we have used the information we know from previous work in this area of the people that are good in this. And we have talked to Tom and a number of board members about who would be good from their region or their firms. So we think they're representative, but time will tell. We can always add to them. And I think that was my summary. Natalie, Claire, Adriana, anything else I've missed? Okay.
Okay, any reactions? Linda, back to you.
Okay, next slide. So here is the timeline as it's set out in the project proposal. We're in 2022, the second half of it, and we're developing an exposure draft. We're doing our outreach, and we are working towards having an ED approved at this meeting a year out. Between that time and the first half of 2024, we'll publish the ED, we'll do more outreach, and we will close the comment period for the ED. Then it will be the finalisation processes. We are working towards, we're very aware that the European Union are working towards the end of 2024. So we should have, by that point in time, a complete or a very near complete ED that will be available to people. So we know the timeframe's tight, but we also think it is doable at this point in time. One of the ways we are going to address the tightness of timeframes is we're going to use some of the TAs and drafting teams to actually help augment the resources we already have. So we've got 3 staff, plus we'll have a drafting team as well as the working group. So that's how we're resourcing it. And of course, if we need any more, we'll have to work out a new clever way to get them. But that's the time frame that we're setting out, and what we expect are the milestones to get there. So the question on the board is, do you agree with the sections about resourcing and timetable, which G and H? And I'm also going to, in the interest of timeliness, the next slide is there any other matters? So can we take both of those together? Anything on G and H and anything on other matters?
Okay. Sue?
As a suggestion, I think it falls under G and H, but just to think about field testing potentially, because if we're talking about something that's new, we might want to reference that in this document.
Thank you.
Okay, Phil?
Excuse me for asking. I've got 2 questions actually. The first one is that we would find it really helpful in Australia to have communications along the journey to be able to share with stakeholders as to where we're going. Is that part of the consideration in here, or is it something else? And I just think that we just need to keep I'm sure other countries are the same, keep stakeholders informed, so they're not just getting a surprise in 2025. Can I raise another question now, which is to say, and this could be my stupidity, and help me out. Just explain to me. We have a standalone standard 5,000, but I know in my country that if something went awry, a court of law or others would look at the existing ISAs as being a reference point for practice, despite them being aimed at financial information. So can you clarify, will we have something in or some statement or some document which will clarify the linkage or lack of linkage or whatever with full ISAs? Thank you.
Natalie, you had your card up.
Yes, yeah. So I just wanted to come back on the communications point, if that's okay, Tom. So we do have our quarterly e-news that we have published, and throughout the course of this year, we have tried to give updates on the project in the e-news. It's a more effective way because it's obviously already something that we have in place that we can leverage. So we do give the updates there, and then of course on the website we do have the project page. I think doing anything further than that would obviously retract from resources we need to focus on the drafting. So, but doing, obviously we do have those other mechanisms that we have already in place that we're using.
Well, that's by ignorance. I don't want to create extra work. That's enough, just as long as we can have them. Thank you.
And I think we're also speaking a lot on this topic, and we're getting a lot of, I have at least 5 speaking opportunities in the next quarter on this specific topic. So this will be regularly communicated with updates, and we'll use other means as well to keep people posted. Zoe?
Sorry, Tom, I just wanted to clarify because we're trying to finalize the project proposal for Friday. Sue, on your comment about field testing, I mean, we have in the past, for example, I know when ISA 600 was released in the ED, we said obviously we encourage firms to do field testing, and they can certainly feed that through their response. Is that the level at which you're referring to? Okay, good.
Okay. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I don't have any comment to the timetable. I have one comment to the project outcome, and especially to paragraph 38. In the second sentence after the word detail, I suggest inserting the words such as may be contained in assurance methodologies, because there appears to be an expectation that the IAASB will providing assurance methodologies for practitioners, maybe practitioners who normally don't work with the IAASB standard. And this expectation needs to be managed by clarifying the issues in this way. Maybe it helps. Thanks.
Okay. As we get towards the final thing, I certainly would invite our observers, public observers, if they have anything to share at this moment. Roger.
Well, since you ask, Tom, I just want to use the opportunity, since I have been not more than a fly on the wall so far, just to applaud the work you have been doing and are doing. And I feel a bit privileged that also on the timeline you try to align on a very ambitious timeline, you align with the schedule we have in the European Union. So right now I feel very assured, I would say, with the discussions, and it's the first time for me to witness in real time the meeting of the IAASB, and it's a real pleasure to see the very interesting and high-level discussions. But I'm very much encouraged, and I applaud the work you have been doing on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. And I'm glad that you used the word assured in this context. Michael, do you have any perspective from a PIOB perspective?
Just a couple things I might comment on. I think great progress on this project. So we're happy to see that. A couple things that might be clarified, I guess. One is with respect to the reference groups, and whether you can indicate who's going to be on the reference groups or not. Whether that's useful, I'm not sure, but how you selected them would be good to note. And the discussion that we had earlier about the the scope and what's going to be in and not in, and how they tie to the ICEs. I'm not sure if it's best raised here or perhaps later when we get into the standard itself, but we did note that there were some things in the ICEs that didn't appear on your list that seemed like they might be relevant, like ISA 540 on estimates and ISA 620 on auditors experts, for example. And so whether that's something to deal with in the proposal or not, I'm not sure, or just in the draft. But perhaps in the discussion that was raised before lunch, issues about which ICEs are going to be dealt with within this initial standard and which ones would not. That's a very important thing that you're going to have to sort out, I guess, along the way. But maybe in the process of doing that, will help to identify what additional standards might follow on in a suite of standards on sustainability assurance, because it's awfully indefinite now, as to just say that, well, we expect there might be some others later, but it's not all that clear what sort of topics those might cover. Maybe an analysis of the ICEs would help to put some clarity around which sort of things could follow on in later standards. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Jim, anything from the CAG perspective?
Nothing additional. I think you've done a good job of discussing the points that were brought up at the CAG meeting.
Okay, Len, I turn it back to you. I don't see any more hands raised.
Thank you. Just to respond to a few of those comments before we move off this topic. Obviously, in terms of the ICEs, we're going to have to do some explanation about what we brought in and where. Exactly what that is will depend on where we get to, but there will be some discussion on that. Kauri, there was, you make a really important point. One of the lines we can't cross is into methodology. We set principle-based standards. We don't create methodology. And we're very aware that there is an expectation, just tell us how to do it, but that's not our job. And so we are we are going to be very careful that we don't cross into methodology, but it's something the board should keep actually very much in sight, is to pull us up if you think we've gone across that line. So thank you for bringing up that point. The reference groups, Philly, did you want to comment on the reference groups?
I think, Lynn, as we've done with other projects where we have reference groups, like the LCE reference group. So if you go onto our project page, you see the names of the reference group listed there. So as soon as we've settled that composition, which I know we were still busy with last week, we will certainly post that on the project pages as well.
Thank you all very much. That concludes our session on the project proposal. And we're now going to move on to what we've done under the project proposal draft.
And just a quick question, Lynn. I think based upon what we've heard, that we could have some confidence that we're going for approval on Friday, right?
We're confident.
Yeah. Okay. That's in relation to timeframes and the expectation on Thursday you will receive a draft. Right.
The staff aren't looking quite as excited about that.
Trust me, Lynn and I are excited about that now. So. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we now cross the Rubicon and we look at where we've got to. These headings should be very familiar to you because you've seen them before in the plan. And this is just a quick overview of where we've got to in terms of development. We have actually defined the terms, and Natalie's going to take you through a discussion on that. We have looked through 3000 and 3410 in terms of requirements. We haven't yet got to application material, and we haven't started on 3400 either. In terms of the ISAs, we've developed our criteria. By the way, we intend to use those criteria not just for the ISAs, but for any other decision making to guide us. And we have started the analysis of those ISAs, and we will go through that this afternoon as well. We have done a trawl through the guidance to see if there were any requirements, which I've already said there aren't many, but we do know there's very useful application material. And so far we haven't addressed the priority areas, but we expect to before December. The next section we are moving on to is the structure of the standard. We've tried various constructs for a structure, and we accept that this is very much work in progress. We started with a completely different construct, but we've decided that following the process that you go through to do an engagement is probably the easiest for people to work through. The two differences we have from the ISAs for LCEs is we're not using EEM material and not proposing to. We believe application material is utterly vital for the standard. And secondly, numbers 2 and 3 have been turned around. I think in the LCEs, it has the engagement scope first and then the fundamental concepts. We've swapped those to put the fundamental concepts and general principles first. I stress that this is work in progress. It is could well change and morph as we draft, but this is the best structure we've been able to come up with at this point in time. The CAG considered this structure and the drafting approach, and they were generally supportive. They were very interested in having clear signposting of limited and reasonable assurance, and they too had some concerns about the length or the scope of the standard. They highlighted to us, as Josephine has, the need for scalability, and particularly talked about value chain and voluntary reporting, so that wider range of material that we look at. And they too considered some extra things we could add, like forward and accounting estimates, etc. And were asked some specific questions about how far we were going to do internal audit and experts, and that was one of the questions I did answer for them, is we would expect to have a requirement and a little bit of application material, but not a whole summary of the ISAs in that area. We believe you'd have a high level requirement and application material. And they also suggested to us that the risk assessment would be complex, particularly given that you're outside the entity in some of the work that you do, including supply chains. So that was what we heard from CAG. Jim, anything to add?
No, really just to highlight, Lynn. One, I was actually somewhat surprised that the issue of sustainability and LCEs came up. And I thought that was an interesting take and may say something about application of LCEs in other areas as well. And then the second thing I would bring up was the fraud discussion, and we brought it up a little bit earlier. But now Tom didn't, when we were meeting as a CAG, we didn't have limits in terms of what we could put in and take out even. So, but the fraud one was one that there was definitely considerable discussion on.
Thank you, Jim. We have also heard from the SMP advisory group, and 3 points from them. They supported the proposed project. They were worried that there might be too much material from the ISAs, which would create a standard that was too long and too complex. And they also dealt with, raised the issue of scalability. So there's a certain consistency between the board discussions, the SMP and the CAG discussions in many of these regards. So that brings us to our next round of questions, which is in terms of the draft structure. Do you, and in particular, dividing it into parts? So instead of having just a long list of requirements, we are looking at doing it into parts. And is the sequence logical and follow the flow of the engagement? So remembering and answering these questions, the question is not, is this a perfect structure? The question is this good enough for us to start on as a working draft? Thank you, Tom.
Okay. I'll solicit comment. Sue.
Yes, I think is my response, Lynn. I think it's broadly very good. A couple of things to consider. One was whether it might be good to include a discussion of limited versus reasonable assurance, given that we're going to be looking at both, and also maybe something around non-audit firms using the standard, since we're looking at that maybe in section 2. And you won't be surprised to hear me say fraud either. Thanks.
Thank you. Sachita.
Thank you. With regard to a question A, I fully support. I think it's very easy to follow. And with regard to B, about sequences of requirement, one thing I would like to mention is that in my mind, I think it will be more logical and intuitive to place part 4 evidence and documentation earlier than part 3 engagement scope, because it seems to me it's evidence and documentation is more kind of conceptual and overarching. It's kind of a bit different from flow, but that's only my comment about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. I'm going to answer for B first. The draft structure and the sequence, I think, is fine, and I liked it. And the flow, and I thought that it had everything in it except what Sue just mentioned, but I didn't have those points. But for A, I wasn't really sure if this standard and the LCEs are the same, mostly because of how we're going to add in other aspects underneath it. So maybe that could just be explained, right? So ISA SSA 5000 is a standalone statement, similar to LCE, right? But then we're not adding things into LCE. And I think I heard earlier that we might have some building blocks that we add. So maybe if we could just expand on how that might take place. I worry about application material and how that might fit in to the simple standard, or how it's laid out. And then to the same point about transition, we're using 3000, it has a certain framework. How we provide guidance on how that transition takes place, even the training of our same practitioners. So in this case, I'm not thinking about others that might be using it, because quite frankly, others won't know the difference. But so I'm only thinking about the group that's already using it and how we transition into this new format. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks very much. Yes, like the approach, going into different parts. Had a similar comment to Sachiko on the documentation and the location of that. And wondered about whether we need a section on for the work performed by management's expert. I'm not sure if that's there at the moment, but we wondered whether 2.4 would be a place to put it. But basically, like the layout. Thanks.
Thank you. Edo.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Yeah, I don't mind the approach followed. It may be more approachable for others that have not used it, and that may be a plus. It's branded a little bit differently, which may be a plus as well. I've a lot of sympathy for the comments that Sachiko made, because the documentation and the evidence does seem to be relatively fundamental. But from another flow of the parts, part 3, I think, essentially deals with engagement acceptance, and you don't need to work through all the fundamental concepts before you accept the engagement. First accept the engagement, then apply the fundamental concepts. And I appreciate once you know the standard and you apply it on multiple engagements, you don't have to deal with part 2. But from a flow point of view, that doesn't feel intuitive. Thank you.
Okay, Kai?
Thank you. I have a comment to little a. I agree with the working group's proposal to separate the content of the standard in parts similar to the approach used for the ISA for SEEs. However, I find the paragraph numbering system in the ISA for SEE to be a little bit cumbersome, and suggest that each part start with a new paragraph number 1. Then I have 3 little comments to little b. First, one comment to number 2.6 is the fraud. In relation to this item, I believe that fraud as defined in ISA 240 does not apply to sustainability reports, because misappropriation of assets and fraudulent financial reporting are not relevant issues for sustainability reporting. I suggest that instead the standard refer to, for example, intentional misstatements, which is more relevant in a sustainability reporting context and would cover matters such, for example, greenwashing. Then my next comment deals with the number 3.1. I believe that the issue of double materiality needs to be addressed together with the suitability of criteria in section 3.1.2. Consideration could be given to clarifying this within the title of 3.1 to 3.1.2. And then my last comment regarding to number 9.2. This is the assurance report. This section needs to contain a section up from dealing with the overall nature of the report and the required content elements of the report. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. Just a couple of comments on this. Maybe it's because I'm thinking more about the ISAs in this regard, but I think actually possibly a challenge to Ado's point, not quite sure. I would have actually put all your scope matters, rational purpose for the engagement under terms of the engagement, because in respect of the fact that you think about that, including the preconditions in agreeing the terms of engagement. And you might find that actually when it comes to writing requirements, you'll have cross-referencing and overlap, sort of thinking ahead. So actually from that perspective, I think maybe just put it under that title. I had a similar comment to such a case on documentation, but I can see why you've put it where you put it. But at the end of the day, it's whatever, put it together, see how it fits, and then the geography you can almost fix after. So they're just really tiny little requests. And the only thing is that I do think that in responding to this risk of material misstatement and understanding audit evidence in respect of internal controls without talking about tests of controls will be difficult. So you might find that that risk identification assessment piece might need some overlap there, but just really minor considerations, really just to give you my support for how the structure is. Thank you.
Kai?
Thank you. I support the working group's proposal to structure the standard towards the flow of the engagement. I think that's a good way of making easier understandable. Similar to Sachiko's comment on the structure, I think, or the sequence, I would seen evidence and documentation a little bit earlier. But as being said by others, it's about just where we can develop the content and it can be flipped around at any time. One of the other comments that was also raised here was one that I also thought about. Even though limited versus reasonable assurance is covered in the assurance framework, given that this standard is a standalone standard and may be used by others that don't see the full picture, it probably is worthwhile having that in the fundamental concept and general principles area. Thank you.
Thank you. Len?
Thank you. Lynn, pretty supportive of what you outlined, but just one point, maybe just helping to clarify. So it's more a question rather than comment. Is on the LCE part. So I understand that you talk about the structure, taking that approach, but when I look at in LCE, we're very specific minimum application material. So some of the reporting topics are quite complex. That translate to might be complex issue dealing with assurance. So how do we balance that in terms of addressing some of the practitioners needing more guidance? How does that incorporate into that LCE approach? That's number one. Number two is striving for the standard to be used by professions outside assurance and audit professions. So they may or may not are used to IAC 3000, 3410, and the structure we follow. So I'm just trying to figure out how do we balance that with the LCE and also the scalability issues I mentioned. There might be situations actually because the issues are so complex, they might be need to scale up. So I'm just wasn't sure how we plan to deal with that. But overall, I'm just very supportive of the flow, but just some questions came to my mind.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's happened here when we talk about LCE, I think some people there's a sense of it being taken literally. When we talk about LCE, we're talking about the flow of the standard. We're not talking about literally how we're doing it from an LCE perspective. We're going to use application material. We're going to LCE really by itself is a standalone standard, but we're talking about the potential as a series of standards, but not add-ons on top of it. But I guess I just want to clarify. I think we try to do it. It's like conceptually, people like the flow of the standard element with the LCE. That's what you were trying to accomplish, right? Yeah. Okay. It's just important to clarify that point. It's on the record now. I think it's a good point. I think people were reading it a little bit with more insight than we were intended it to be. It was shorthand for us. Okay, Isabel.
Yes, I'm a member of the task force, but I wanted to share with you some discussions we had in France when we prepared for this meeting, but very supportive of the flow. But some people also raise concerns on that part should be before or later, because it's very judgmental. Some people want to start by acceptance and continuance. Some people think the fundamental concepts are more important. And also there were some people worried about the length of the standard, and it was mentioned earlier today, especially as we have limited and reasonable assurance in the same standard. And then maybe this standard could be a good candidate to be more creative in the way we access to our standards. So if we are able to not to use a long PDF file, but to access the standard on a more innovative platform and reach the part we want, and if we want to start by acceptance continuance, let's do so without breaking on the connection between the parts. And if we are able to extract only the part that is relevant to limited assurance, because we're doing a limited assurance engagement, and we can scope out everything that deals only with reasonable or just the opposite. Maybe this standard would be a very good candidate to start to think publishing differently. I remember we had that in mind for EER. Unfortunately, it was not possible, but maybe we could start thinking of doing things differently for this one, and that's very connected to the debate we had on technology yesterday.
Okay. Any other comments? Lynn.
Thank you all for those comments, most of which we will take back and consider. Just, I'd like to answer Lynn's question. The reason we need application material in the standard is to help practitioners and guide them through. Talking to Brett at lunchtime, he said, but the application material is going to be absolutely vital, and it is. That's where the crux of the standard is going to end up, and it's what's going to help the practitioner rather than the requirements, which is unusual, but I think it's going to have a lot of the detail in there. We did try a 3000 structure because you have to put 3410 in the middle of it. It didn't work. It just got clunky, which is why we've gone for this flow at present. But I'm hearing general agreement. So we've got enough as a working document at present. We'll look at some of the orders that you've given us. But if next time you see something slightly different, part of it will be your input, part of it will be us practically seeing what works and what doesn't. So thank you for that. You now have the fortunate position of not having to listen to me for a little while, because Natalie is going to take up the reins and the clicker, which is coming to you, Natalie. I'll do clicking. I'm really bad at it.
You're such an expert now.
Yeah, I am. I'm getting much better, so I'll get more practice. So Natalie, over to you on definitions.
Great, thank you, Lynn. And I wouldn't trust me with clicking. I forget to change slides all the time. So, okay, great. So it's great to chat with all of you today. So as Lynn mentioned, I'm going to take you through the definitions paper, which is agenda item 4C. And I think we've already touched on this morning quite extensively what we've been thinking about and how we have been approaching the definitions.
Of course, the definitions was quite an important starting point for us as we're developing the standard, because one of the things we want to do in developing the standard is make it relatable to sustainability assurance engagements. And a lot of that relatability comes out through the terms and the definitions that we use. So this is really why we'd spent some time focusing on the definitions in the last quarter. So I think as Lynn touched on already, we did start looking at 3000 and 3410 as our starting point for the basis of the definitions. And this is really the only definitions that we have looked at so far. We do recognize that as we develop the standards over time, we may identify the need for more definitions, particularly if we're bringing in things from the IAASB, there may be definitions associated with those requirements in the IAASB. But starting with 3000 and 3410, what we did then do is also look at the terms and definitions that are used in the EER guidance. Of course, those are more tailored for EER and sustainability assurance engagements. So there was some really great material in those explanations. And the other area we looked at was the IAASB. And we looked at the IAASB really for two reasons. I think, first of all, there's a few definitions which have been updated more recently than the definitions that exist in 3000 and 3410. And then there's some other cases where the definitions in the IAASB are a little bit more granular than what you would find in 3000. So a great example of this one is where, for example, 3000 uses responsible party, whereas in the IAASB, it refers more to management and those charged with governance. So we did look at that because we wanted to think about whether it makes sense to have something more granular as the IAASB use. So really after looking at all these sources, we then took a step back and said, can we use a definition from 3000 3410 as is? Do we need to bring in some of the things from EER and IAASB, or do we actually need to formulate something completely brand new? Is there something in here that we can't use these definitions as they exist today? So really what we want to do today is crystallize the baseline of definitions that we have brought across from 3000 and 3410, because that will be really helpful as we progress our drafting over the next quarter. So I don't know, Lynn, do you have the clicker? Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, great. So in the paper we provided to you, obviously we have all of the definitions there, but there were 4 definitions that were really more challenging for us and we spent a lot of time talking about. So firstly, we have assertions. And if you look at 3000, of course, there is no definition of assertions because it's not applicable across all assurance engagements, but you do find a definition of assertions in 3410. We do think that the new sustainability standard would need to be more specificity will need to be added to the standard to deal with risk identification and assessment. And so we are looking at 3410, we're looking at 315, just to evaluate how much specificity we provide. But of course, really the question today for you is whether you do think we should bring in that a definition of the concept of assertions and whether that's relevant in all sustainability engagements. The second part to the question there on assertions that we had for you was which definition to use. We had a very long discussion and Wolf educated many of us about how the definition of, how the term assertions is used in different contexts. And really the approach we have taken and proposed in the paper is a more simple approach where we don't, just recognizing the standard is going to be used by non-practitioners. We did want to try and introduce the concept there of assertions that is more simple and takes it through the lens of the practitioner. The second definition is engagement partner. And this was also quite a critical issue that we spoke about quite extensively as well. And of course, the issue here is just really whether engagement partner resonates with the practitioners that are not accounting professionals or not from the accounting profession. Obviously, the term partner itself within that definition is the term that is causing that doesn't necessarily resonate. And of course, we are aware that even in the audit firms themselves, that not necessarily partners are doing these engagements. They often are done by other, directors and so on. So, having taken all of this into account, though, the task force did land that we do think we need to keep the definitions as is, particularly as you unpack that definition of engagement partner, it has a lot of tentacles to various other definitions. So it does become quite complex to adjust that definition. Of course, it also has ties with the quality management standards, and that term is also used in the code. So for that reason, we had landed to keep it as is because it does, of course, it is the actual definition itself is flexible enough for all professionals. But we would be really keen to have your thoughts today, whether you think that is the right approach or whether you think we could be creating a perception that our standard can only be used by professional accountants. The third definition, if we can go to the next slide, please, Lynn. Great, thank you. So the third definition is sustainability information, which replaces subject matter information from 3000. And of course, this is something we wanted to introduce because we really do think that this is something more relevant and tailored for sustainability engagements. With the definition itself, there's nothing really too complex in the definition, but we just wanted to flag this term because it is such a critical term and is used so extensively throughout the standard. The fourth definition is sustainability subject matter. And this is obviously replacing underlying subject matter. And in similar to sustainability information, we did want something that does resonate more with sustainability assurance engagements. We did think long and hard whether there's another term other than subject matter that we could use in place, but unfortunately we didn't really come up with anything. So we have landed with sustainability subject matter on this one. The other tricky part that we had with this definition is if you look at the underlying definition, it uses the term phenomenon. And again, we did look around quite extensively for whether there's another term that could better describe phenomenon. We didn't necessarily think that that would be understood by all practitioners, and particularly obviously recognizing that we're designing the standard for also non-accountants as well. So what we did is we tried to do something different, and we've taken a route of providing a more explicit explanation of what phenomenon is, and we've used the assurance framework there to help us out with formulating that. The second part that was tricky was then explaining what sustainability subject matter relates to. So we can't just say it's conditions and events, we have to say it's conditions and events about something. And it was about something that we also had to formulate as well. So you'll see in there we have a proposal which refers to the entity's ability to generate value over time, and as well as its impact on the economy, environment, or society. So really keen to get your thoughts on the definitions, in particular these 4 areas. So we had a couple of questions for you. Lynn, if you could go over to the next slide. There we go. So quite a few questions there, but that just really effectively covers the 4 definitions, and then as well as if you have any feedback on any of the other definitions we haven't specifically highlighted. So back over to you, Tom and Lynn. Thank you.
Okay. Lynn, are we ready to get feedback on this?
We certainly are. Thank you.
Josephine.
Thank you. So I'll try and work through it, but I've got lots of notes, and certainly I'll share these as well, and to give you a bit more of my thinking. Engagement partner, absolutely happy with that. Totally pleased with the introduction of that phrase, and that makes sense. And the comment as well about management and those charge of governance, not specifically asked, but I thought that made a lot more sense too. In terms of assertions, I find it really difficult to accept that the assertions definition is only focused on the additional piece regarding categories used by the assurance practitioner. I think it's great that you've included that. I think that was a very important addition when we revised 315, and it actually makes some of those discussions in 315 a lot easier to understand, because you have the auditor's own thought process when they're performing the risk assessment. But they are management's assertions. They're not the auditor's assertions. And that is what the auditor is going through, and to use simple language, testing. And therefore, to remove any aspect or reference to what management is representing just doesn't make sense to me. It's also, in some ways, one of the fundamental principles behind the concept of assertions in our standards. And so I find it very difficult to support that piece coming out of the definition. I would like to see that going back in. I'm okay with sustainability information. I think that makes sense because similar to where we use subject matter information in our auditing standards, and we're talking about financial reporting, that fits. But the underlying subject matter I struggled with, and it might be because maybe I'm not understanding why the origins of why you came to this point. And I do also understand, sorry, that you're trying to make it less complex than perhaps we have in our assurance standards. But underlying subject matter is not just sustainability subject matter. There may be underlying subject matter that's not sustainability labeled, but it's used when you're measuring or evaluating the sustainability information. It could actually be a subject matter that's used in the measurement and evaluation of financial statement assertions as well. So from that perspective, I think it's not encompassing everything that could be used in underlying subject matter. And those phrases are in our standards. They've been there for a very long time. So I think in this regard, I think it could be confusing because it could have too much focus on, well, sustainability information, and that's not it. It'll have all sorts of other information. And, I agree, phenomenon, no one's really like that, but it's been there a long time and we're kind of stuck with it because we can't think of another phrase for it. But I'd rather we go back to the underlying piece. And just to confirm, Lynn, will we trot through the rest of them as we go through? Okay, so on those points, then that's it. Thank you.
Coyote?
Thanks. Let me start with little a. I very much support the definition of assertion as proposed because it focuses on the tools that practitioners use to identify, assess, and respond to risk of material misstatement. The reference to the reporting framework or criteria needed is already implicitly included through the definition of misstatement in the list of definitions. The proposed definition addresses the weaknesses in previous definitions that appear to confuse the tools used by practitioners with the assertions actually made by management in the information and the detail assertions required by individual requirement in the reporting framework. In addition, practitioners other than professional accountants will not understand the complexities of the definitions as currently set forth in ISA 315 and, for example, ISA E 3410. Then I had a small comment to little b. Sorry. I support the definition and related definitions as is because of the link and of these definitions in the IAASB code and ISU M1. Furthermore, it is consistent with ISA E 3000. Then I have a small comment to little d, little I. I support the use of term sustainability subject matter to refer to those matters being measured and evaluated to obtain sustainability information. And my last comment refers to little double I. The problem with a list of underlying subject matter to describe sustainability subject matter is the danger that the list may not be complete. On the other hand, a broad definition makes anything under the sun sustainability subject matter. I suggest that we start with this definition and see whether it needs amendment as the project progresses. Thanks. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Can I just, we don't have a slide for this, but just to pick up on what Josephine said, if we can do these definitions on this slide, and then we'll have another round of other definitions or other comments. So I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Kai, on some of your more detailed comments, I assume you'll share them in the staff, with the staff. Okay, thank you, Sachika.
Thank you. I have 3 comments on the list. The first one is an assertion. I think the proposed wording is, for me, it's a bit confusing because it's not clear who made the representation. So it's similar to Josephine's comment, and it seems to encompass all
representation not only made by the entity, but also others. So in my mind, I think we need to use the same definition with 3, 4, 10. And I think changing it a bit may give the kind of wrong message that 3, 4, 10 is wrong. That's my comment assertion. And the second one is sustainability information. I'm okay to use it, but one caution on this is that care is needed when we use this term in the standard because it is already used as a kind of general term. And there could be some misunderstood by the users that this new standard is used as a general term rather than a defined term that addresses the information covered by the specific assurance engagement. And the thirdly, with regard to sustainability subject matter, I agree with the direction, but I think we may need to refine the term in the process of the development of the standard because, for example, I am not 100% sure whether the wording, events, condition, action, performance, etc. cover a full range of things. That being said, I really like avoiding the term phenomenon. It's very difficult to understand. And also I think that wording related to an entity's ability to generate value over time seems to cover kind of integrated reporting things, even though the entity prepare information in accordance with IFRS sustainability disclosure standards. So there may be some kind of refinement is needed in addition to development of the application material. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. Sue.
Thank you. So I was okay with engagement partner and sustainability information. On assertions, you referenced that you'd simplified it, and I felt that it was just missing a few pieces. The piece about being embodied in the subject matter information I thought was relevant in this context. And then on the sustainability subject matter information, probably similar to what Sachiko just said, we stumbled over the generating value piece as to what that necessarily means in the context of sustainability. Thanks.
Anna?
Thank you, Tom. Very similar comments to Josephine and Sachiko, particularly as it relates to assertions. The fine with engagement partner, sustainability information, yeah, okay. Subject matter, yeah, I struggled with the value over time as well, but also events, conditions, actions. I think it's a state that we're reporting on, and events, conditions, and actions have an impact on it. So it's the effect of those on the state that we need to capture. So that's where I think some additional work is necessary. Yeah, I'm fine with a description of sustainability. We'll see how that will be described at the end of the day.
Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. Just to express that my reference group was supportive of the direction the task force is taking in terms of the definitions. And the only question they had was if there was some discussion about the term materiality, and if there's any reason why it was probably not considered to be a significant term, especially because of the nature of the work and because there was a lot of good content in the ER guidance, and they thought it might be important to put it as part of this section. Thank you.
Thank you. Chun-Wei?
Thank you. So my comment will be really brief. For very supportive of where the task force has landed with the definitions. The only one comment is on the assertion. So I won't repeat what Josephine, Sachiko, and Ado have said. So same comment about especially removing the bit about management representation. And actually one more comment, which I was going to say later, but given that Nando has mentioned that materiality, so same question about whether that should be defined as well.
Okay. Eric?
Thank you. Yeah, ditto on the assertions comment. We did struggle with the engagement partner, just given the broad use of the standard, but I understand with the linkages to other standards and that it might just be too much to ask. But you know, we had wondered whether some kind of different approach needed to be taken. On the subject matter information, sorry, on the on the subject matter information, we were generally happy with that. Similar to, I think, what Sachiko was saying about some people might think it's just a general statement. It might be useful when you're referring to it in the standard to just reference where possible that it's the outcome of the evaluation of the subject matter, you know, at appropriate points, just to make it crystal clear. It is a defined term. On the definition of sustainability subject matter, like others, I think we've got comments on it as well. The last part that deals with the generating value over time, etc. We wondered if that needs to be reconsidered given some of the definitions in other frameworks such as the GRI and the SDGs that seem to have a broader spectrum beyond just the generating value over time. You know, looking more at the you know, whether it compromises the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, etc. So just suggest revisit that definition. And that was it. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. So just the broad general concern that I've expressed earlier about the differences between 3,000 and 5,000 and the other standards, recognizing that the new users won't know any of those previous definitions. So it doesn't really matter what definitions we give them. With that said, I am fine with engagement partner and sustainability information, that's B and C. Similar comments on A related to the assertions. Prefer perhaps the definition that's aligned with the EER guidance. That's the only incremental piece to what what we already heard. And then sustainability subject matter. I think it helped confuse me further, so I'm not, which may sound similar to some of the other comments. I guess what I'm trying to say is it didn't demystify it for me. So maybe we just need to go back and look at it so it's clear in ISSA 5000.
Okay, there were a number of comments on assertions, but they were slightly different ways of approaching. Willy, you wanted to come in on that?
Yeah, Tom, it's really just to clarify for purposes of the working group going forward, which definition we're now going to use, because I heard a few different views. I think there's quite a few board members that raised the issue that the definition that's currently proposed in the third column of that table misses something. So there was a suggestion we should go with the 315 one. A few expressed a preference to go with the 3410 definition, and a third possibility, which I think is the one that is sort of which people settled on, it's the wording in the third column is fine if we bring some of the things that's in the 3410 definition across around its management assertion embodied within the subject matter information. So I just wanted to make sure that we give the working group clear guidance on that.
And anything you want to add on top of that on the assertion point?
Now, I'm actually wondering if Wolf wants to add anything.
We told him we were going to put him on the spot. Wolf, you want to come to the table?
He says he's got no microphone.
Well, there's a spot at the corner with James's spot. Come on down. You're on The Price is Right.
I guess the issue of assertions has been one that has bedeviled us for a while. So I'll try to explain the thinking. And I'm not claiming that the definition we propose is perfect, because it's not. It was sort of a compromise. The issue is that what management expresses in the financial statements, whether implicit or explicit, is what they've done. And we compare our tools with what they've actually expressed. So to say it's management's assertions in the financial statements are the tools that we use doesn't really quite make sense. And then there's of course the issue of what are the required assertions? Well, those are from the financial reporting framework, where the reporting framework tells you what should be in there. So there's three different concepts that tend to be mixed up here. Now, I'm not claiming that the definition is perfect. Certainly can be improved. I think there are some concepts that could be brought in from EER or 3410 to improve the definition, but I would hate to move back to claiming that it has something to do with management's assertions, because it doesn't. We're comparing what should be in the financial statements or what should be in the sustainability information to what they've actually put into the sustainability information. They're two different things.
So if I'm hearing you right, in follow up to what Villy said, it's a little bit what Villy proposed that at the tail end would be sort of your thinking as a little bit of a way forward, at least to attempt to improve the definition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any reaction to that, Josephine?
I feel like we're having 315 discussions all over again here. I'm not quite sure what Villy's proposing though, because 3410 do talk about explicit representations by the entity as well as 315, and we worked very carefully with the wording in 315 to address Wolf's concern at that time. But at the moment, or the problem I have is we're just talking about the practitioner. We're not linking it to the subject matter information, which is the critical piece, because that's what the practitioner is looking to test. So Villy, perhaps you could explain to me what you think can be done to it to bridge that gap, the gap I see. Anyway, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's certainly not wording that I have, it's more an approach. So you, Josephine, you clearly made a strong case for sticking to 315. But from the other board members, I heard a number of preferences that 3410 will be fine as well. So what I thought is what we have there in the third column, which is what the working group came up with, if we can supplement that with the right concepts that are missing, then we could probably get to the right definition that we want.
Wolf? Some reason it's not what no. Take the manual one. Or no.
It obviously doesn't work for TAs. What I was going to say is that if you look at the definition, it does include the term misstatement. And if you look at the term misstatement, it has a lot of the things that you claim are missing are already in there. So if you were to transpose the definition of misstatement into the definition, it's all there.
Julie?
I was just going to throw my support behind 3410 or EER. They're very close. So I'm not really sure I have a big preference one or the other, but one of those two would be satisfactory for me.
Josephine?
Yeah, well, I was going to say that as well. I'd be happy going with 3410. That for me bridges the gap between 315 and what has been proposed sufficiently. Thank you.
Okay, we seem to be moving towards some form of consensus. Len?
Also on the same page, 3410 or EER, both are fine with me.
Okay, Edo's nodding, but his tense up. He's going to give a verbal nod now.
Yes, I am. Well, I appreciate the attempt to simplify, but I'm not sure it's working at this point in time. And I'm with Josephine and Julie. I'm happy with those words, better than what's currently being suggested.
Okay.
But I don't mind if the working group will have another go at this and brings it back, considering the comments made.
And I think there's some consensus on the advice at least now, right? In terms of looking to 3410. Okay, you wanted to say something on materiality, Vili?
Yeah, I see Wolf has left the table, but maybe we'll come back now when I talk about materiality.
Come on back, Wolf. Don't leave yet.
No, I just wanted to, I know Fernando raised the point and there was someone else as well around the definition for materiality. We just need to remember that across our suite of standards, we don't have a definition for materiality. Because remember, the conceptual issue is that materiality is determined by the reporting framework. And the auditor would use that as the auditor or practitioner will use the concept of materiality as defined in terms of the reporting standards as their starting point and reference. And only if the reporting framework does not explain materiality, we indicate in 320 as well as in 3000, then this is what you would think about. So I don't think we will go down the road of defining materiality because of that reason. So luckily I see Wolf is nodding. So.
You got the Wolf nod of approval, which is not easy to get sometimes. Lynn?
Okay, thank you very much for that. I deliberately stayed out of the assertions discussion. But what I have heard in terms of those 4 areas is on assertions, more work to do, basic, and using the 3410 one seems to have the greatest level of support. I hear everybody agreeing with B on engagement partner. I'm just going to step out from my role as the chair of this working group for a second and give Lynn Provo's personal opinion here. I think that's a lost opportunity. We are creating a standard that is for a number of different professions, and we are focusing on a term that is related to a certain part of the accounting profession. And I personally would have liked to have used engagement leader as a way of moving us forward. I'll now put my hat back on as the chair. Tom, would you like to go?
So usually I try to limit my views as chair. In fact, in my pre-brief to the board, I flagged for the board, I flagged this issue. I would just suggest I could be fine with where we are, but we should really view this one and use our non-audit practitioner reference group to see how it goes. Like, I feel like there's some logic that we can flow it because we've defined it to be broad, but I do think partner is a pretty profession specific term in this context. And that was my worry if we're trying to be broadly inclusive in this approach. So I would suggest I could live with where we are, but this is why we have these reference groups. Can we test this one out?
I'd appreciate that just as a way forward. So I think we'll take that to the reference group. On C, I'm hearing generally people agreeing with that with a few comments, and on sustainability subject matter, more work. So now we're up to any other comments on any of the other definitions that people might have, putting aside materiality, which I think we've all learnt something today about that. We'll now move into any other comments people have about the defined terms we have put in front of you.
So
Natalie?
I did want to say, I didn't mean to use a chair's prerogative here. I hope no one objects for us using a reference group. Not to say I'm not changing the decision of the board on this regard, but it seems to me you just get some sensitivity tests. We will get comments during any exposure draft on this. So this is the type of thing that I just think you could just test whether we reach the right conclusion there.
Yeah, thank you. Before you come in, Natalie, if anyone on D has another word for phenomena, please tell us. I confidently said I'll find something, and the best I could come up with was things, which didn't sound very professional. So, but if anyone has an idea, please come forward. Natalie.
Was stuff not an option?
Possibly.
I just wanted to come back to the engagement partner discussion. And so Claire has already had some calls with the reference group of non-practitioners, and this did come up already with the reference group. So they have already indicated. So we're happy to go back to them, but just want to flag that we have already spoken with them about this. So Claire, was anything further you want to add on that? I wasn't on that call myself.
Yeah, pretty, the response we got was that it didn't resonate for them. Engagement partner didn't resonate for them, and that it was very much in their minds attached to Big Four, indicated an accounting firm, not a non-accounting professional. So, yeah.
Josephine, I saw your hand was raised. Is it related to this issue? Okay.
I actually want to lend my support for that, and certainly let's talk to the reference group. Notwithstanding, we want to ensure whatever happens that the engagements performed are as robust, whoever does them, and conform to quality management standards, ethical standards. We've had that discussion before. But engagement partner, even when we were revising QM ISA 220, we had comments on this, that this is just, it's such a silly phrase, can we move to engagement leader? Because you have all sorts of levels now who are, in the UK, we call it responsible individual. They don't have to be partners of the firm. And so just wanted to lend my support for looking at this. And if we were to explore it, I might almost, I don't want to extend the project beyond scope, but I almost might think it would be explored and extended beyond just this assurance standard. Thank you.
Well, I will impose some discipline. We could do it in the context of this project, which is a self-contained standard to avoid any scope creep, but it did trouble me a little bit. Bill?
I agree, and throw in the public sector too. It doesn't make any sense there. So I think it's been a problematic term for a long, long time. Particularly engagement leader, signing partner, even as its own. So,
I think this is the type of thing that the working group could go and staff could go away from and think about alternatives. While I find the argument that the connections to other standards sort of would be fine. However, you could say, well, we're making the same argument to say, well, using the term engagement partner is fine, using the same way because you link backwards. You know, we could find something in the standard and say, for the purposes of linkages, we mean this in this instance. So I think we could give some more thought with regard to the inclusivity of the terminology, since this is a standalone standard. Subject to all the ethic, we are not changing the basis of quality management and commitment to ethics too. Okay, I wanted to, I was uneasy about that, but I also wanted to let the conversation run.
And I think that's useful. We'll go away and do some and bring back some more on that. So we're now up to any other definitions people want to talk about.
Julie.
Lynn, the one that I felt was missing was management's expert. And the reason for that is that, you know, in lots of financial statement audits, management employ experts to help them. And that's probably in areas where they're more familiar even. But then in this kind of subject matter, I did think that it would arise frequently, I thought. So I was wondering if we could consider that one in the definitions.
Wendy. Okay, there you go. You see, but I'm using my peripheral vision now. Edda.
I stumbled upon the term significant matter, which is being used in your 4D1 and doesn't come across. And I think it's a concept that's well worthwhile using as well. Let me scroll through. Criteria, entity developed criteria, framework criteria. I thought it was quite useful to keep separate rather than bunch them together. Let's see. I appreciate that further procedures are being used in 3410. But if you look at the structure, you talk about substantive procedures or substantive testing. So it's probably a matter of tidying it up across the board. But as a foreigner, if somebody talks of further procedures, I think of in addition to, and the question is then in addition to what? So maybe to have let's see what else. Yeah, misstatement. I think I like some of the elements of 450 that explain the concept a little bit better, and I've sent across all the comments, so that provides a little bit more color. Just want to go on record that those were the items that I felt could use some clarification. Thank you.
Lynn? Any, Eric, sorry.
Sorry, just a couple of other ones that people have mentioned to us. We're thinking about perhaps is reporting boundary, what that means, because I think that's going to come out in some of the judgment calls. I'm not sure whether a misstatement needs to be reconsidered. And we had talked about limited assurance and reasonable assurance. So glad to see you're thinking of putting in reasonable assurance. Thank you.
Okay, Josephine.
Lynn, I have comments on quite a few of the definitions here. So I think for, in the interest of time, going through each of those is probably not of value, and I can send those on. So what I'll focus on then is things that I thought you could think about as additional areas. I have to scroll all the way down. Sorry. I was just going through comment. I'm so sorry. Right, so scenario analysis, obviously that's becoming increasingly well established in this world. So I wondered if we could use, that could be a definition that would be quite helpful in this standard. And we have already existing definitions there we could align to. Risks and opportunities crop up quite a lot in sustainability standards. So maybe something around physical and transition risks, potentially. And then value chain and enterprise value. You could also refer to a TCFD or IAASB for these, or GRI. I think some of those phrases, which will come up quite frequently, might be quite helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Sue.
Thank you. I've sent some suggestions through. I think in general, as we were doing the outreach, there was an enthusiasm to try and not have differences where they weren't needed, and the approach that's been used in 3410, where there's been some examples, was helpful. And there were some places where we'd kind of slimmed down the 3410 text, and actually we felt that what was in 3410 was probably more more helpful. And like others, management expert was one that we felt could be useful. Thanks.
Thank you. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I think it doesn't work. Let me try this one. Okay, I take this one, thanks. I have one comment to the definition assurance competence. While this assurance competence covers assurance skills and techniques, I believe we have lost some important issues relating to assurance competence by not including the detailed skills and techniques referred to in the definitions of assurance skills and techniques. I have some further comments to definitions. One comment to fraud. As I've mentioned before, I believe this definition of fraud to be unhelpful and too broad in the context of sustainability information, because fraud, as I have mentioned before, described in ISA 240 includes both misappropriation of assets and fraudulent financial reporting. And for sustainability information, in my view, the only relevant issue is intentional misstatements, and that is the term that ought to be defined. I think I have one further comment. I have a comment to the misstatement of the other information. I'm not convinced that the definition from ISA 720 for misstatements can be used without consideration of whether ISA 720 itself is appropriate. I would further like to point out that the IAASB has received considerable feedback of the issue relating to ISA 720, including the definition of other information and annual report. Furthermore, there is an issue about whether the work effort in ISA 720, which was very much related to other information in the context of financial statements, is appropriate for sustainability information. For this reason, I suggest not using the definition of misstatement to other information from ISA 720 until the issue about the applicability of ISA 720 is resolved. I think that's all. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Lynn, Sue, you back up? Lynn, Natalie, any reactions?
I think we just need to take all that away and think about it. So we will do that. Once we've had our afternoon break, we move on to the ISAs, which I'm sure we'll get partway through the discussion. We will continue that discussion on Friday, but just so to manage some expectations, I'm not expecting to get through all of the ISAs and all of the work this afternoon, but we'll make a good start.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Natalie?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all the great feedback on the definitions, and many of you have sent the comments to us, which is exceptionally helpful. Just one thing I wanted to just flag with the definitions is that we only add a definition if it's in a requirement, if that term is used in the requirement. So we will definitely look at all the suggestions, and obviously as we work through the requirements, if we see that term being used, we'll certainly consider it. So thanks very much.
Okay, I think we'll take a break now. Before we break, I always like to end on really good session. We've made some really good progress. So that's a pretty high note, but also some high notes to recognize. I love recognizing the successes of our fellow board members. So Sue, if you didn't know, after our last board meeting, she was named Personality of the Year by the International Accounting Forum and Awards. So that was exceptional. So congrats, Sue. And now I'm a little scared because we keep on adding chairs to this board. So I may be competed against here, but certainly there's no competition. But congratulations to Isabel, who's just been named chair of the Auditing Standards Board of the CNCC in France. So we'll toast them with tea and coffee during this break. If you decide to do something else, keep it to yourself. And we'll reconvene in 25 minutes at 4 p.m. Thank you. Okay, could we get back to our seats, please? As if someone set that clock to be a little ahead, just so I'm on time. Okay, I'm going to ask Philly just to give you a heads up of what's coming shortly before we turn back to sustainability.
I didn't want to steal Sue's thunder, but Sue's not here, so no. So what we just wanted to give the board a heads up on, we will continue to have the audit evidence session tomorrow morning. So the task force has in here Sue now, so I'm in trouble now. So the task force will be sending out some requirements and application material for you to look at for the session tomorrow. Sorry, Sue, I jumped in and just said to them they need to expect something in their inbox.
Okay. And you want to say anything else about that morning session tomorrow? Is there any other topic we're raising?
There will also be, because Sue, I think if you're only bringing back 2 requirements and 2 application material paragraphs. So that's right. It's just in the context you have to look at both. Yeah. And then after that, we'll just give you a quick update on what we propose to do in terms of one of the changes that were made to the IAS standards, IAS 1, with the change from significant accounting policies to referring to material accounting policy information, and just explain to the board what we will be doing on that going forward.
Okay. Lynn, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalie, for taking us through the defined terms. We're now going to move to Claire and talk about ISAs. So Claire, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Lynn. Yes, now Lynn explained earlier that as was reflected in the project proposal, that the steps we plan to conduct are firstly developing the definitions, which we've just talked about, then incorporating relevant requirements of IC 3000 revised and 3410. So now I want to talk about the third step, which is developing criteria for consideration of ISAs. Now, the criteria that we've developed, that the working group have developed, are focused on selecting which ISAs we will consider. That doesn't mean that we will then incorporate all of the requirements. It just means, okay, they're the ones we're going to focus on. There's a lot of ISAs. We're trying to produce an overarching standard. We don't want a whole ISA handbook. We don't want a methodology. We want to keep it as appropriate for an overarching standard. So if we look at every single ISA, we feel we could get bogged down and overloaded with requirements. So the criteria that we have developed with the working group are 3. We did start off with 5 and we've distilled it down to 3 to make it really clear. These 3 are firstly that the ISA, so the ISA as a whole, addresses one of the priority areas. Now, we haven't talked in a lot of detail today about the priority areas, but we have Lynn did touch on them, and I'll just remind you very quickly of what those are. It's the work effort from limited and reasonable assurance. That's one. The second one is the suitability of the reporting criteria. The third is the scope of assurance engagements. The fourth is evidence. The fifth is the entity system of internal control. And the sixth is materiality. So where the ISA focuses on one of those priority areas, that's one criteria. The second criteria is, has the relevant ISA been updated since ISA 3000 and 3410 were finalised? So 2013, and there was just some slight revisions since then, but in essence, 2013. And the third criteria is that it addresses an area in greater depth or specificity than 3000 or 3410, to the extent that that's appropriate for an overarching standard. So not just that it has more detail, because of course a lot of ISAs will do, but that it's actually relevant for an overarching standard on sustainability. So, so we have gone ahead and applied those three criteria to all of the ISAs. And we've identified as a result of that there are 11 ISAs that are identified through that process for consideration. So those are listed in the paper, and I will be demonstrating or talking through in a moment as to how that looks. What does that look like when you actually look at those ISAs and pull in requirements that we think are relevant? So Lynn also did say earlier in the discussion that we could apply exactly the same criteria for inclusion of other standards. So we can apply that, for example, when looking at EER guidance, elevating that to requirements, or other standards such as 3400. So so we can extend the use of those. So really, Lynn, that was all I was going to say on the actual criteria. And now if we go to the next slide.
Which are two questions, and I'd like to take them as two rounds, Tom, please. So I think it's easier if we start by looking at the criteria, and I'll take the slide back to those criteria. Do they work for everybody? And then the second round is accepting those criteria. Theoretically, for the second question, do you agree with the ISAs that we've identified in the appendix, or are there ones that you disagree with where we've got to? So if we can start with the first round on the criteria, which are now on the screen.
Okay, we got some comment a little bit about this earlier today. Some would say that, if I read into it, is that the address a priority area almost should be a must a little bit, whereas the others could be maybe beforehand. But let's get some comment on this part. It seems to me, Lynn, too, is that this is more of an art more than a science here, that you're really seeking, is this roughly right as a construct, but not a sort of a mathematical equation?
It is not a mathematical equation. It requires professional judgment supplemented by professional skepticism, and in large doses. So, you know, there's no way you can go 1, 2, 3 on this. So if you can take it at that, but it's better than not having any criteria or any framework to think about.
And
Tom, the only addition to that is what we're seeing is the ISAs that are considered, will be included for consideration, typically having to meet 2 of the 3 criteria at the minimum.
We'll apply the quality management to your professional skepticism and judgment. So, Sachiko.
Thank you. I am okay with strict criteria, but I do not agree with the explanation that generally 2 or more criteria must be met to be considered further, because in my view, at least 1, not 2 criteria should be met for further consideration. I think because further consideration does not necessarily mean if it's the category of further consideration, we need to include very detailed requirement in that either. So I think, key part is how much we need to include. I think that's kind of the comment that previously Edo mentioned, and I agree with that. That kind of criteria is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. So I'm trying to separate between the criteria, which I think I'm okay with the criteria. And then something that Lynn said that I think is really important, but might not have come through to me, that there has to be judgment on the level of what gets brought in. So I might have made a comment earlier that I was concerned about overloading these standards with concepts from the IAASB. So I agree with the priorities, but how it actually finds its way into the statement. I agree with the priorities and the criteria, but I'm anxious to see, or looking forward to see, how it finds its way into ISSA 5000.
Lynn?
That's why we're doing this in 3 steps: the criteria, then the ISAs themselves, then an example of bringing in the ISAs. And we're hoping when we bring all that together, we'll get guidance about what we do in future. So that should unfold over the next hour and Friday morning. So we don't have the answer to that yet. This is absolutely work in progress, but it's really important.
Morton.
Thank you. When I looked at the criteria, I thought I was generally fine with that, and I think I still am. But the one judgment piece that I feel is a bit missing is that we are creating a standalone standard, and whether we have the content all necessary to do the standalone, or whether we have all the requirements to perform the engagement based on that standard alone, I think is something we need to judge in there. It was also sparked a bit with the discussion we had earlier today, and some of the responses to some content where you say we need more or less, was that we have the ER guidance and we have 3000 and there will be the ISAs in addition. Then how we link to them and how we take that content in is something I think we need to evaluate. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
Yes, I'm very happy with the criteria, very happy with the direction the task force is going, and wish you well in doing it. Excellent. But I've got to ask one question, which keeps me awake a lot, is that we are going to create a standalone standard, right, for accounting practitioners and non-accounting practitioners. The accounting practitioners will have the suite of ISAs in their head. They'll know the suite of ISAs. The non-accounting practitioners may not know the suite of ISAs. So if they both use the same standard, we're really going to get a different level of assurance based on which practitioner is doing it. It just doesn't sit well with me, because it's like the LCE standard in Australia. Most people rejected it because they said, we know all the standards. We don't need someone to give me a second level of audit, if you like. And so I think that's something which maybe you can put off till December or next March or whenever, but I think it's a position we need to be able to respond to or understand. And I'm not sure we do.
So I guess the question I have there is that on us as, like, we have to draft with enough specificity, but if it's executed differently, I don't know whether it's a more of a ecosystem type issue, or what the practical implications are in terms of our drafting the standard. Do you have a an approach to your concern, or you just wanted to table it as a concern right now?
I don't have an answer. Is the truth of the matter? Is that I think we're going to finish up, and that's all I say. We are going to finish up with a standalone standard that some practitioners will implement better than other practitioners because of their knowledge of ISAs. We won't be able to plug every hole, and that's what the drafters will be trying to do. Will be to plug every hole in 5,000 with what's in ISAs, and we can't go that. We can't get. It's a scope creep just waiting to happen.
But what you said, Bill, is true within the accounting profession as well. I mean, some people have a lot of knowledge of ISAs and some people have very...
It's happening now. People who adopt 3,000 who are accounting practitioners are probably doing a slightly better job in our minds than non-accounting practitioners who are arguing that they adopt 3,000. And so,
yeah.
No, well, maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I would see it. Yeah. I'm just asking. I really don't have the perfect answer to that, but I think we ought to be considering it and being prepared to answer that question if it came up.
Len, you raise your card in response to this.
Yeah, I think I know where Bill's coming from, because Bill and I have some similar outreach group in Australia. So I actually pondered this. So I was wondering whether this is actually something for the reference group, and also Sue, you mentioned about pilot testing, because until we have something, it's hard to figure out. So I'm just trying to figure out what, at this stage, do we need to look at it? I think it's an important issue, but until we have something for somebody to react to it. So pilot testing along the ways and reference group, when we have something for them to react from non-accounting professions, and how to interject those comments into our project going forward. Just something I thought about as well, because I had similar comments both raised.
Perhaps I'll raise it in a different way.
Yeah.
The only advice I give to the drafters is to be like when we drafted 3,000. Just that's what we're looking for, a document of that sort of complexity. Don't worry about it. I don't put this paragraph in or this paragraph in or this paragraph in. It's going to be a substandard standard. I think we're going to have to be very disciplined in using those criteria to narrow down the additional paragraphs. I guess that's where I come to.
Okay, thank you. Julie?
Thanks. And Lynn, I thought this was a really thoughtful way to consider the ISA, so I appreciate it. It's very logical to me. The one thing I wondered about, though, is because the ISAs are all about reasonable assurance, and this standard deals with limited and reasonable assurance. If there might be a thought to having a criteria as well that says, would there be a difference with what we would bring in from the ISAs, limited versus reasonable, and maybe that's something to do a little bit up front, so that when you actually get to the part of incorporating it, you can slot it in the right place, because you're going to have requirements for reasonable and limited. So it was just a thought, maybe that might be helpful as well.
Eric?
Thanks. So first of all, I struggled with the criterion B. When I looked at the table, so it says updated since 3000. My understanding from that was if it had been updated recently, it was more likely to be selected than if it hadn't been updated. But that doesn't seem to have been the case in practice. So I wasn't sure that criterion was actually that relevant to this work at the end of the day. And then with the third one, this was my point from earlier, that basically this was, if we look at the priority areas and then this is just everything else, I think this is where the scope creep will come in, and without some rules of the road of how you make that decision, you know, I know it's professional skepticism and judgment and stuff, but that, you know, how, when and how and to what extent, I think needs some articulation, because I'm just worried that we're going to start spinning our wheels pretty quickly once we start looking at these 11 ISAs. And you know, the rationale that I see in the table, I think we would probably want to see more rationale to sort of really understand why additional requirements are needed in particular areas than what we've got right now. But I agree with having criteria. I just feel that the priority area, so that is really the number one criterion for me. And if we can get through all of those and figure all of that stuff out and see where we've got to at the end of the day, that might be a better way of looking at it, rather than looking at all now and then doing it the other way. Thanks.
Well, I interpreted what you said. I tried to summarize it before, is that you almost say you must be a priority area, almost as a sort of a gating concept. Is that's sort of the general advice you're suggesting, right?
And let's focus on those, limit ourselves to those.
Where you may come up to some things, some challenge is, like, for example, we've heard from regulators that you need a little bit of 220 in it. It's not a priority area. I guarantee you we're going to hear shortly from regulators that you need a little of 220. So I guess maybe yours is good as a general starting principle, but there may be those exceptions that where we may need to give latitude. And if it's not a huge number of paragraphs, like, I think part of what scares people is the idea that you'll pull the whole ISA into the standard. I see Lynn nodding. I think it's an important issue to address. So
yeah, and the reason we've given you as an example of 220 is just that we need something on quality management. Are we heading in the right direction? Because it meets all of those criteria, because actually it underlies priorities, it is recently updated, and it certainly is omitted, so it gives greater specificity than in the two ISAEs. So when we get to that section, it's answering some of your questions with a real example. So that's why on Friday, we need to go, okay, here's 220, here's the other couple, what were the 210, etc. Which one works best for you? Because they're all slightly different. Some are longer, some are shorter, some are summarising, some are just pulling requirements. And that's what we need as a guide. What's the balance here between all of them? I think just keeping them to priority areas, which has to be an emphasis, obviously, is going to miss out some pretty big concepts that we need to put in. So I'm not comfortable of having one criteria that it's a priority area, because it would say on 220 out, and that would, we hearing from both the accounting profession and from other users, that obviously, and we've heard around the board table today, quality management and ethics are key issues, particularly when we're using people that aren't in the accounting profession are doing this kind of work. So boy, is this ever work in progress, but we're trying to refine it down from criteria to some examples to give us some guidance. So that was a bit of a rambly explanation, but that's what we're trying to achieve over the session.
Okay. Josephine?
Lynn, I'm really happy with this criteria. Thank you. Contrary, sorry, to Eric, I think updated recently is actually a really important part of the criteria. I think we have updated our standards in response to a number of public interest issues, very much just along the point you were talking about now in terms of quality management, both at the firm level and the engagement level, for example. So I think it's very important for us to be reminded of those, because some of those public interest issues will be just as relevant to assurance practitioners performing engagements over sustainability reporting. So very much keep that in mind. The one thing that's not criteria, but it will be implicit in there, and that I did pick up, and there was only one instance, and we can talk about it when we get there, is that where there is contradiction with some of our updated standards and with the existing 3000, and again, it's back to my point that, you know, 3000 is now nearly 10 years old. So we will find that, and just making sure in that regard that we either address the contradiction through some other means, or we remove that contradiction. And as I say, when we go through, I'll raise one particular area that concerns me. But yeah, really happy. Thank you.
So.
Thanks. Very happy with the criteria, much though I love a good mathematical equation. I can see the judgment point here. And probably very similar comment to Julie. I did feel that there may be areas where, because the ISAs are written in very much in the context of reasonable assurance, that there might be some things, whether it's a criteria or not, but there's a kind of gap analysis that sometimes when we're looking at limited assurance, there may not be the material to underpin that.
Thank you. It builds a little bit on the point that I've made before, and thank you for referencing me, Sashiko. And so as it goes to criteria, yes, priority area updated recently, we need to consider it, or greater specificity. And here I get a little bit more concerned, and also seeing how this works through. And I think we need to caution, and I like what you said, Lynn, applying judgment and skepticism as to, is this really necessary? We need to be very disciplined in only, and that's where I referenced what is the concept that we're bringing over that currently doesn't exist. And if it is necessary to bring it in here, shouldn't we also bring it in 3000? And I know that's Pandora's box, but if it is that critical, I would raise that question. And so I think we need to caution ourselves not to bring in too much over. Clearly, if concepts have moved on and they're important, we need to consider it. But again, we'll caution for and ask for discipline. Thank you.
Thanks. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. I have to switch on the camera and then the microphone. Thanks. In total, I'm happy with the criteria. I believe there need to be 2 additional criteria. Firstly, the question of whether the content of the ISA in question should be included in the overarching standard, which needs, in my view, to be less granular and more principle-based, or included in the second phase of the project, in which additional separate standards can be developed to deal with certain issues in more detail. Second, whether the requirements and application material can be applied, given the nature of the sustainability information, which often includes considerable narrative material. Thanks.
Okay. Gotten some advice. A lot of it seems to me about how we exercise your professional judgment and skepticism in the drafting, but it really will manifest itself when we actually see the draft in. I do think you'll be forced into non-6 priority areas because we will just see either gaps or not emerging, particularly when we see some of the regulatory requests and others going on. The other thing I would say is that we've committed to a certain level of specificity in the standard, and I don't think we could avoid that. It's just going back to what it's more about a caution about, let's not blow out this to be the whole bound volume of ISAs in your one overarching standard. But I don't see fundamental objections to your criteria being raised here. And, you got some suggestions, some emerging from Julie's comments, others that are sort of nuances within the 3 criteria.
I agree with everything you've summarised, Tom. I'd just add one thing. I think what you've helped us do is shape our professional judgment. There are a lot of clues there about the things we should think about in making these judgments, and I think that's going to prove very valuable during the next steps. So I don't want to go through anything in any more detail than that. I think that was useful. So we're now at the second question, which is the appendix, where we go through all of the ISAs. Well, we don't go, we go through some of the ISAs and identify those that we think should be taken forward. So turning back to Tom for this question, both of the judgments we've made and also any omissions or anything else anyone wants to say about that particular document. Claire, what number is that document? Appendix 1, or it's Appendix 1?
It's in 4D.
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 Right, 4D.
Yeah.
4D Appendix 1. Back to you, Tom.
It starts at page 6. So I'll let people open it up. Page 6 of agenda item 4D is when it begins. That surprisingly starts with ISA 200. I think Eric also sort of addressed some of it, that maybe some additional context. I remember you saying earlier. Yeah, more the why, right? So first, someone had to be first to move.
Yeah. Well, you won't be surprised. I don't agree with the omission of 240. I think that's important. Other comments I had, going back to the comment we just had about limited and reasonable assurance, whether there might be something in 315 in the limited assurance area that might be needed to be considered. 402, there was a comment from the reference group about emission factors and outside parties. So that would be potentially one to look at. 520, given that limited assurance depends very heavily on analytical procedures, we wonder whether there might be something there to look at. And a question really around 720, given that sustainability information may often be other information, whether there was a link there. And 540, depending on if we were going to take scope 3 into the standard, whether pervasive estimates might then be relevant for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Sachika.
Thank you. I have same comment with Sue on 240, I think it's at least we need to consider because it's very kind of relevant concept, and also 520, and I would like to add 530, 540. I think at least there are some concept that apply. So rather than, saying, no, we don't consider anything, maybe at least we need some kind of conceptual consideration is needed. And also 700, because there are something, I think that is relevant to the sustainability assurance, like the order of the item, opinion first things. I think that kind of thing is needed to be included in this standard. That's all from me.
Okay, Kai?
Okay, yeah. I have one comment to ISA 220. I believe that the granularity of ISA 220 is too great for an overarching standard. While some material from ISA 220 might be considerate, consideration should be given to seeking to summarize the requirements in ISA 220 rather than adopting them line by line. Then I have a comment to ISA 230. The question arises for me whether the granularity of ISA 230 is appropriate for sustainability reporting, particularly since the standard was not updated recently. From my perspective, as a former audit regulator, I would like to point out that we found that the principle-based requirements in ISA 3000 to be acceptable for reasonable assurance on management reports, as we know in Germany, for example. Let me check. I have a further comment. Then I have a further comment with respect to ISA 315. In my view, considerations need to be given as to whether the model actually works when applied to sustainability report for which there is no quantitative materiality level for the sustainability report as a whole. This is a question which we already discussed. And then I have a comment to ISA 320, looking at the requirements in this ISA 320. I'm not convinced that ISA 320 has much more to offer than is already included in ISA 3000 and ISA 3410. Furthermore, a quantitative materiality level of the sustainability report as a whole is not a relevant concept given the different types of information in these reports. Thanks, that's all.
I just think it's all useful to contextualize because I think one of the things that may throw us a little off track here is when I consider some of these are being quite heavily caveated to a couple of the standards you mentioned, Kai. I said about 315, it does have a big but there, and the standards also mentioned ISA 520, ISA 530, ISA 540, ISA 620. There is a big footnote too at the bottom of page 11 and 16, which I just want to draw attention to as we go through this. Chun-Wei.
Thank you. So I'm in general agreement, and I think just throughout today, the conversation from the responses that Lynn and the rest of the task force and staff are giving, I think I'm confident that the task force will approach this in a very considered manner. So I'm quite happy with that. I've just raised 2 points. The first one is consistent with Sue and Sachiko on 240. So I wouldn't say more beyond that. I think it is too important a topic to have a not considered conclusion here. And also, while the development from the fraud project will be instructive, sustainability assurance will have separate and unique fraud consideration as well. So I think, especially in these early days, we will need to be more deliberate about considering those implications in our work now rather than later. The next one is maybe a little bit controversial. 701 is not, I'm not talking about key audit matters per se, but again, just looking at reporting under the new standard, perhaps a more narrative approach taken under 701 may provide some inspiration, given that, now we see a lack of understanding both in terms of the reporting aspects and assurance aspect of sustainability, and the fact that many reporters, you will likely not be able to fulfill a complete passing grade in the early days or early years. That may be a persuasive case for providing a report that goes beyond binary pass and fail. So maybe something that we can consider. Thanks.
Thank you. Len?
Thank you, Tom. Lynn, I'm probably very happy with what you have. Just a couple comments. Also taking reference from Tom's about a footnote you have in the table. I think it's helpful. On fraud, I'm not saying I'm not supporting it, but I know you have priorities. So I'm just wondering, we'll talk about it this morning, but on the boundary of 315 and 265, maybe something you could deal with that. Maybe that might help some of the board members. The one on my wish list is 402. I think that's one area that is on the footnote and is not being considered. I think something as we just want the task force or working group to keep an open mind, because I think that will pop up. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. I'm really happy with where we are. It's similar to Len, I was trying to solve the problem of fraud without opening up all the requirements in fraud. And I think there are ways to deal with it as it relates to these kind of engagements, which is when you're talking about skepticism, I mentioned earlier today, evidence and misstatement, you might be able to weave it in that way without then thinking about the requirements there. So great minds, Len. And then in terms of 220, I did hear a caution on 220, but this was exactly back to the point I was saying about updated standards. And we update those in response to public interest issues. And there are public interest issues in relation to quality management at the engagement level being raised today in relation to these engagements. So I think it's really important that we focus on those ISO 220 requirements and what we think is appropriate. So, but otherwise, all great. Thank you.
Anyone else like to come in? Okay, I think we got a lot of good guidance and food for thought. I think the way I read this is when you take the criteria and then understand it's an art and you're applying your judgment skepticism, like having a sense of where the board feels issues lie and where they don't is really important, because it'll focus where you should be more skeptical or not. So I think this has been very helpful. Lynn?
I agree, and certainly there's a very strong theme of 240 through this that we need to think about, not necessarily 240, but we do need to think about fraud. There was a question raised about 230. So before we conclude for the day, I'd just like to hand to Diane to explain our rationale behind 230 on documentation, because this is her baby.
Wow, Lynn. You caught me off guard, huh? Good thing I was paying attention. Again, when we were going through this criteria, one of the things that I kept saying was I hate to say the word, take a stand back and say, is there anything that's almost so basic, so foundational that you feel like you have to talk about it? And that's where I came to documentation. So I think, if you look at it, you can see that, it's tagging off the no and the priority and a no and the updated. But I did think that it was so foundational to these engagements that we needed to at least put something in there. Now, I think some of the information that's already in 3000 is fine. I just, again, wanted to emphasize that, at least the way I was approaching this was there a topic that was so foundational to these engagements that maybe this is the professional judgment side that we need to put something into that point. So that's why it's presented the way it is.
Thanks for that context. Anyone else? Lynn, back to you.
Okay. I'm just trying to decide. We've got one more slide and then the discussions of parts 1 to 3. I'm wondering if we do the slide and then hold the discussion for people to reflect on the whole day, and we have the discussion on the next question, on the last question on Friday. Would that be all right, Tom?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Claire?
Thanks very much, Lynn. So really now, following on from that discussion, what we wanted to look at, and obviously we can continue discussion on Friday, is how does it actually look? Can we actually try to apply those steps that we've just talked through and the criteria, not only the criteria, but these steps. So we present this in agenda item 4D.1, where we've looked at parts 1, 2, and 3, the conduct of an engagement in accordance with ISSA. Part 2, the fundamental concepts, general principles, and overarching requirements. Part 3, engagement scope and other preconditions for a sustainability assurance engagement. And we thought this would really give a good example of what does it actually look like. And so we have included quite a bit of specificity, particularly from ISA 220 that we've already talked about. So we're going to be very interested in your feedback of whether you think that looks like too much, too little, or just right. So we have gone through the steps of, firstly, we started with 3000, identified the relevant requirements from there, then looked to 3410 to see if the requirements were more appropriate for sustainability, or perhaps provided greater specificity in some cases and added those in. We applied the criteria that we've just been discussing, and then we, having applied those criteria, we identified a number of ISAs and we looked at those to see if we thought any of the requirements should be adapted and brought in to the standard. So we have identified a number of requirements that you'll see in 4D.1. I note with this particular parts 1 to 3, you'll notice that we've actually, most of the requirements are, they're mostly ISA 3000. We have supplemented a little bit with ISA 3410. And we've really very much tried to look at this. We can't include everything from the ISAs, but this is as much as we would have thought could or should be included of the relevant ISAs, which is essentially the ISAs that we brought in is in part 2. Part 1, we haven't brought in any ISAs. It's only from 3000. Part 2, we brought in 220, 250 and 260. In some degree, 220 in more detail for the reasons I think that Josephine actually articulated, that this quality management we see is particularly critical for sustainability engagements and ensuring the quality of those engagements. 250 and 260, much lighter touch in bringing those in. And we've also brought in to part 3 some requirements from 210 where we felt it provided a specificity that would really be helpful to practitioners in the terms of engagement, and some further requirements from 220. So I note that just to clarify again, I know we've used the terms a lot, but we are looking for where we think greater specificity is justified, but only in the context of an overarching standard. We are very much looking for your feedback on Friday as to whether we have hit the right level. We need to understand for ongoing drafting what the board's consensus is on how detailed this standard is going to look. And that's going to really, really help us with our drafting. We think that the way that the standards have been brought in slightly differently, as I say, some like 220 in greater detail, others like 250, 260 in less detail, gives you a little bit of contrast as to how it can be brought in, how they can be brought in. So we also really would like the feedback, not only in the how 3000, 3410 looks, and we've marked those up. So you should be able to see exactly, you can see exactly every word that we've changed from the extant standard, and then the requirements that we brought in from the ISAs and exactly the wording that we've changed, marked up in there. We'd also like to understand what your feedback is on the format. So the way that we presented this in table format with the markups, is that helpful? Because in December, we need to know whether we're going to bring it back in that format or whether you'd like to see it in another format. We could present it more in the way a standard looks. We could present it with the requirements and then the application material. We also want to flag, because I know this has come up in a number of bit of our outreach, is that we do intend, although it's not obvious from what we're presenting here, we do intend to present the limited and reasonable assurance requirements in the tables exactly the same way. That is the intention, exactly the same way as 3000 and 3410 do it at the moment, and use the prefix L and R to indicate limited and reasonable assurance. So just to allay any concerns as to how clear those requirements will be for limited and reasonable assurance. Yes, so when we come back in December, we hope to have a really steer clear from you at this meeting so that we're going down to the right level of specificity, the right level of what we're bringing in from other standards, including the ISAs, and how we present it to you. I would flag that we have also looked at the EER guidance for these parts and didn't identify any areas where we thought additional requirements were needed. And we would leave that to application material. So yeah, that's what I want to leave it, Lynn.
Thank you very much, Claire. The good news is there are another, is it 3 or 4 volumes of this? Another 3 volumes of this. So you can all celebrate that you actually only are reading 1 volume at present. It's also fair to say that the working group has not considered these in great detail at present because we wanted to get a clear sense of the approach. So next, on Friday, we're asking you the questions on the board, and this is absolutely vital to us because everything you've heard today has largely been conceptual. This is now the rubber hitting the road. And so what we need is, does this work for you? Doesn't it? Does it encompass everything we've talked about today? Does it look like it come from a different planet? Are we in the right direction so that we can take all of the parts, all 4 volumes, and start working on them before the December meeting? So with that, Tom, we're set it up for Friday, but do suggest that we finish the session for today now.
It's a giant cliffhanger. Well, that was great. And for because of the great work that you and the working group and the staff have done for it, you've earned yourselves a working group meeting, I think, at 5:15 tonight. I think it's in the green room for you. Warren, thank you for staying up with us late in South Africa. And I hope you just took another shot of espresso, because I understand you'll be attending the working group meeting shortly. Diane?
Thanks, Tom. There was just one point, and not to step on even my own working group's toes, but I just want to be crystal clear. What would be really helpful is we've had a discussion about what ISAs could come in. Where we could use some guidance is, how do you evaluate the degree to which you bring that ISA in? And you know, I'll not to pick on Ado, but Ado suggested something, and this might be one steer, which is, if you're going to bring it in, have you stepped back and said, okay, and it's not in 3,000, is it so imperative that you need to open up 3,000? I'm not suggesting that that might be the only way you look at it, but what we could use some steer on is, once we decide that that ISA is meaningful, what are some of the guidance, some criteria, some rules of engagement, some protocols, so that we can think about, does it come in deep? Does it get summarized? And it could, you know, that would be very helpful as we go through each of these conditions, because I think that's where we're struggling with, is how do you bring it in? Do you bring it in as is? Is it okay to summarize? What's the best method? So just wanted to add that. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, lots of food for thought in terms of sustainability, and clearly a lot of work has gone into this session. So thank you again to the team. A huge appreciation. In fact, this is almost like a model of how agile standard settings needs to work. Thank you for everyone for your level of engagement. It's clear that everyone did a lot to prepare for this session. So thank you for that as well. We're going to close right now. Billy, any logistical notes to let the board know about?
No, nothing further, Tom. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to ask one big play again. It's sort of like what we were doing the last two board meetings. If you could clean up your own space, the trash, as said, it would be hugely helpful to the staff here. It will help us prepare and get in this room set up for tomorrow as well. So please do that. Have a great evening. Thank you all for your great engagement. We'll see you tomorrow morning.